home of the Philadelphia Eagles.
They've got him. It's a sack.
Sixers.
Oh, baby.
And Flyers.
He scored!
97.3 ESPN. WENJ. WENJ HD. Millville, Atlantic City. A Town Square media station serving all of South Jersey.
Isn't it about time for somebody's favorite radio program? Yeah.
97.3 ESPN presents The Sports Bash with Mike Gill.
When I'm driving, I got a guy on the radio who talks to me. I can't see him, but he talks to me.
Now, live from inside the Ocean Casino Resort Studio, here's Mike Gill.
Hey, happy hour Friday starts now on the Sports Pass live, 97.3 ESPN, the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app, and streaming live video on the X platform, YouTube at Mike Gill Show. What's up, everybody? Good to have you with us for the first time ever. The Phillies play the Mets in a playoff series. Holy mackerel. What a game last night. I mean, the intensity of that game was awesome. It was such a fun game to watch with really minimal rooting interest. I mean, yeah, you're probably, most of you out there are pulling for the Brewers to kind of win that game. They go back-to-back on back-to-back pitches, and they can't get the job done. The pesky Mets find a way, and they are coming to Philadelphia tomorrow to play the Phillies in Game 1 of the division series. You know, when you look back at all the different playoff matchups, you know, the Braves and Phillies have played the last 2 years in this round. So it's been a division rival. But is it the Mets or the Braves that stick in your craw more? You know, the Phillies have kind of ambushed the Braves. But the Mets have that feel about them, that they can come in here and when everything's against you, that they find a way. When I say everything's against you, you know, they played a doubleheader Monday. They played Tuesday. They played Wednesday. They played last night. And just to get through last night, they had to really tax some guys. I mean, they went to Diaz in the 7th inning of the game last night to try to keep that game within arm's reach. And guess what? They found a way in the 9th to score 4 runs, and Diaz ends up getting the win in that game. They go to Peterson late in that game. You know, he threw 8 pitches and got the save for them. So who do they go with in game number 1? I would imagine Tyler McGill is the guy the Mets go with. The Phillies are going to counter, obviously, with Zach Wheeler. But now the game is on. Quintana last night, he was, I thought, excellent. Myers was stupendous for the Brewers last night. It was just an awesome game. And tomorrow you can listen to the game on 97.3 ESPN, the Phillies and the Mets. It's going to be, I mean, what a fun series this is going to be. What a fun series this ends up being. You have a situation now where you have the Phillies and Mets for the first time ever. You have the Phillies who, listen, the pressure is on them. The pressure is on the Phillies. I don't think there is any question about it. And by proxy, I was thinking about this morning, because the Eagles are so far out of the lexicon right now. They're on a bye week. They're not playing well. People are down on the Birds. The pressure on the Phillies to take the pressure off the Eagles. In other words, if the Phillies get beat in this series, can you imagine the pressure that now turns back to the Eagles to say the Phillies let us down monumentally? And let me tell you something. If the Phillies lose this series against the Mets, which, by the way, is quite possible, I'm not ruling it out, but if the Phillies lose this series against the Metropolitans, this season is a failure. Now, I'm not saying that if you don't win the World Series, that's a failure. I mean, there's things that could happen between now and then, but your team is healthy. You are intact. You are ready to go. You got what you wanted, the home field advantage after being a wild card team the last 2 years. If you do not get out of this series and you lose to the Mets, won't it have a little bit of the feel that the team that won the World Series the one year in 2008, They lost the World Series the next year. Then they lost in the championship. Then they lost it. I mean, they kept progressively getting knocked out sooner and sooner and sooner before they got knocked out, and that was it. That's the last we heard of them. And then they just kind of wilted away, and we said, man, they held on to a bunch of those guys a little bit too long. They got old right before our very eyes. How many more times does this team have before we start asking the question about age? I know it looks like Bryce Harper can still keep rocking and rolling. And I know it looks like Kyle Schwarber can keep rocking and rolling. And I know that it looks like Trey Turner can possibly keep rocking and rolling. But it looked like Ryan Howard, Chase Utley, and Jimmy Rollins could keep going. And just like that, they couldn't anymore. This playoff series is a franchise. It is a franchise determiner of whether or not this group will be successful potentially, or that they will just be a fun group of teams that we had for like 3 or 4 years here, and then they kind of went away. Because I don't know how much longer that you can keep this group together and keep thinking that you can win World Series. So this is it right here. And you got a Mets team that they're hungry, man. This Mets team fights. You're down 2-0 back-to-back homers. I mean, how do you get off the mat? How? Give the Mets a lot of credit, man. You're watching that game, and you're thinking, they're done. They ran out of gas. They literally just have nothing left in the tank, and the Brewers just finally found a way to connect. You know, it's like the Tyson-Buster Douglas fight. And Buster Douglas had been winning that fight, and he just kept coming at Tyson. He finally knocks him down. Tyson finally does something, and you're like, all right, there you go. That was the Brewers. They finally knocked the Mets down, and you figured, stay down. And the Mets get back up. The Mets were Buster Douglas last night, man. They got knocked down. They got up. And you could have easily seen the Mets lay down last night. You could have easily seen the Mets stay down. Back-to-back homers. That place had to be going bonkers in Milwaukee. It had to be nuts in that place. And I don't see how the Mets were able to get off the mat at that moment to not only get back in the game, but to put the game away. They scored 4 in the 9th last night. And I got to tell you, the inning starts, right? The inning starts. Who's pitching last night? The closer for the Brewers. Williams is the closer who, this guy's been phenomenal all year. And it ominously starts with a Lindor walk. How many times, and what a great at bat it was. A couple of foul balls, bang, bang. He fouls off a couple 96 fastball. I mean, got to give Williams credit. He challenged him with fastballs. And Lindor fouls a couple off. And the last one, did he swing? Did he not swing? Ball 4. 8-pitch at bat. Starts this thing off. He gets a strikeout. Settles himself in. Then that pain in the ass Nimmo with a single. Now you got first and third. Okay, no damage is done. And then probably the best at bat of Pete Alonso's Metropolitan career. Takes a strike, right down the middle. Bang. He works the count to 3-1. And on a 3-1 changeup, somehow Alonso powers that thing to right field, and it gets out of there. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. So here we are. The Mets are not going away easily. The Mets are not going to say, all right, we're happy to be here. Now, this is a team that played 3 games in Milwaukee, 2 games in Atlanta, went back to Milwaukee and played 3 more. They're now flying home last night to New York. They'll sleep in their beds finally. and then they'll get right down the turnpike for an afternoon game in Philadelphia tomorrow. Will they have anything left in the tank? Do they have another gear that they can find? It's going to be a lot of fun. I mean, listen, I think this Mets team, I said it early in the year, this team stunk up until about May, and then I don't know what happened, where this team all of a sudden got together and started to find it. This team started to find it somehow. And I think one of the things with this Mets team is that they're getting stuff from guys that in the past, Pete Alonso gives you a 3-run home run. Pete Alonso had been awful for this team this year. I mean, Alonso, at the end of the year, look, 240, 34 home runs. He had not been very good during their run. When this team started to get good, it was when Alonso was not very good. That's a huge hit for a guy that in the month of September hit 222. It's a huge moment for Alonso, who's a free agent. A lot of people were really on him. But there's a bunch of guys. They called up, I think when, they called up Vientos at a spot in the season, and I thought that was a big moment for them. They had the other kid, they had the young third baseman who was one of their what the heck was his name? The third baseman who was one of their prospects. They started him at the start of the year, and he just did not play well. So overall, Phillies Mets 7-6 this year. The Phillies won the series, but let's go back to that series a little bit, okay? Late in the year, there was a couple series in there that meant a little bit more for the Mets than it did the Phillies. I mean, although the Phillies, listen, I'm not downplaying this at all. The 4-game series late in the year, the Mets took 3 out of 4 in that series. The series in Philadelphia, the Phillies took 2 out of 3. So they played 7 times in the month of September, and you had some really close games. 6-4, 2-1, 2-1, 6-3. So this series is so hard to predict right now. What will the Phillies lineup look like? We're going to get into that a little bit later on. 609-403-0973. 609-403-0973. Jeff in Ocean City. Phillies in 3, start breaking down the NLCS. Jeff, I'm not with you on that one quite yet. I'm not quite that confident, but we'll get into it. Mike, what's your opinion on who pitches game 2? There's a long text message. I will hold off on there right now. We're going to get into who will pitch game 2. But first, who pitches game 1? So, Wheeler is going for the Phillies. There is a report out there that McGill is going to pitch for the Mets. Now, I don't think McGill pitched at all in the wild card round, which means he should be healthy and ready to go. McGill has been very good against the Phillies. McGill has been very good against the Phillies this season. In his career, I should say. 6 games against the Phillies this year. And McGill is 3-1 with a 2.51 ERA, 34 strikeouts in 32 1/3 inning. He has 6 career appearances against the Phillies, and Phillies hitters hit just 183 against him. So the Mets have a guy who hasn't pitched at all. I don't think McGill pitched at all in that series. I watched a lot of that series. I don't remember him. I don't even know if he was on the roster, quite frankly. I mean, he was their number 5 starter this year, and a lot of times the number 5 guy, doesn't end up pitching. So I don't think McGill was on their playoff roster. And I'm pretty sure he did not pitch in that series. So there are some reports that he will be the starting pitcher in that game. When you go back to their pitching the last in this playoff series, they started Severino on Tuesday, Minaya on Wednesday, and Quintana last night. So those guys would not be available to start tomorrow. I would imagine, I guess you go back to Severino and he starts the game on Sunday and you kind of pick up. They're off on Monday. So I guess you're going to see Mania start that game at Citi Field on Tuesday, and I guess Quintana pitches the game on Wednesday. You got the two lefties there in Citi Field. Tough spot, right? 609-403-0973. 609-403-0973. Mike, OMG is what the team's been using, and what I said not before the Alonso homer, but when the dang manager put Diaz in the 7th after Budo's 2 giving up home runs. I said it's over. Then he stopped the bleeding, and you explain the rest. So here it is, the series we've been waiting for 60 years in the making. Monday, you're right. We have been waiting for a Phillies-Mets series. Look, Phillies-Mets is one of my favorite. It's one of those where, look, the Mets fans travel, whether the team's good, bad, indifferent, whether the Phillies are good, bad, indifferent. These two teams right now, their fan bases have got to be two of the most intense and passionate in baseball. It should make for, when you look at the matchups, I was talking about this earlier. The schedule for Wednesday, and I'm not trying to jump too far ahead, but just hear me out for a second. The schedule for Wednesday in the playoffs, okay? The Wednesday schedule is all 4 games are scheduled on the same day. Phillies, Mets, Dodgers, Padres, Yankees, Royals, Cleveland, Detroit. So I was trying to figure out how they're going to stagger those times. How are they going to, figure out the television? The 2 National League games are on Fox, and the 2 American League games are on TBS. So Cleveland, Detroit is obviously going to get the early series. They're going to get the 1 o'clock in the afternoon or whatever time. But which other series? Is it Phillies, Mets, or Yankees, Royals? Because Dodgers, Padres, they're out west, so they can play the late game. When I say late game, they can play them at 7 or 10 or whatever. I don't know how they're going to stagger. They're going to go 1, 4, 7, and 10. They're going to cross some games over at the same time. But which series, Philadelphia Mets or Yankees Royals, is the one that Major League Baseball thinks has a little bit more vigor behind it? 609-403-0973. I think that the Mets right now, a lot of people might be saying to themselves, this team's going to run out of gas. I don't think so. See, that's what makes baseball baseball. You run out of gas sometimes if your bullpen just has to keep coming into the games and you're just like, all right, I can't keep calling on the same. Now, them having the day off today, I think definitely helps for the Mets. Now, you didn't think they were going to have to play a series yesterday and jump right back in, but having to play last night definitely was a big thing for this series. Because you think about Diaz getting called into the 7th inning last night and throwing almost 40 pitches in the game. And they had to use Diaz. What did he pitch? I think he threw an inning and 2/3 last night. I don't think he pitched 2 full innings, but I think he pitched an inning and a third last night. So an inning and a third last night, an inning and a third on Monday. He did not pitch in the other 2 games, but you wonder if Diaz is kind of starting to get used a little bit. In the last 7 days, he has pitched 2 2/3, which is not a whole heck of a lot. But for a guy who's a closer, that's a decent amount of innings for him. But I don't think that the Mets are going to be a team that are just all of a sudden going to hit that wall and run out of gas. Text board is open. Mike, this is a classic tale of a team that's been resting for a week versus a team who's been fighting for their lives for a week. We've seen the hot teams like this upset the teams that's been resting a lot recently. Many examples. Yeah, talk about it all week. I mean, last 2 years, the Phillies have been the hot team fighting for their lives. The Braves just kind of been sitting around smoking stogies, playing golf. I got to tell you, okay? I got to tell you, I don't like the way the Phillies approach this week at all. Now, I don't know what they did up there. I don't know what they did, but, the way it was mapped out was, a workout, a simulated game. I think one of the days was optional. I did not like the way they handled this week. They tried to do the best they could for intensity for the inter-squad game. Now listen, I could be wrong. I don't know what they did yesterday, and I don't know what they're doing today. But I'll tell you what I would be doing. They'd be facing live pitching as much as possible. Why would you play one simulated game? I do not like the fact that the team had was it an optional workout yesterday? And I don't know what that means. I'm sure everybody showed up, but it doesn't sound like an optional workout. Doesn't sound like a high-intensity day to me. Why the Mets last night are on their back in the top of the ninth, crawling off the mat to score 4 runs in the top of the ninth. What were you doing yesterday, Phillies? I don't know.
And I think that's the problem, Mike, is that, when you look, there obviously could be two sides to the conversation. It's hey, the Mets are the team that is in play mode. Like, they are in the mode. They haven't turned it off, and the Phillies have to turn it on. So then it gets back to what's better. Is it getting a break and being able to heal up so you can turn it on, or is it staying on?
George and Apsekin, pitching will be fine, but the pit in my stomach is the hitting. And I watched this series invested. I believe the Mets bullpen is weak, and we have to shut down Lindor. He's the catalyst. Yeah, the Mets bullpen, I think, is and listen, they had to throw a lot. The Mets bullpen over the last week or two. But I am not going to sit here and say that I think the Mets are out of gas. I just don't think that. I think the Mets are fine. This is baseball. This is what you do. You play. You play every day. You play as much as possible. And the Phillies haven't played. And I'm not saying you can't do it, but history would suggest that the team that's been sitting around, and it's different, okay? It's different if the team that's been sitting around is playing the Marlins. Like last year's Marlins team that you faced in the wild card. That team just was not a playoff ready team. This Mets team is, all these teams in the playoffs this year, we talked about it. There was no stinker. The Mets almost won 90 games this year. They won 89 games. That's a solid team. Is it a great team? No, I don't think the Mets are a great thing. I think what's holding them back from being like the team that wins the World Series, to me, what they lack is that number one guy, like that guy who can shut down and win a game no matter what. Their pitching is very good, but they don't have that guy. Now, here's the thing. You got Wheeler going tomorrow, and he's going to go out there and he might slice and dice and he might keep you in this game. But if you have to go to the 7th inning and the score's 0-0 because you can't get a damn hit, that's the concern I have.
And that's the issue has been with the Phillies. They're a hot and cold team. And I think that's the bigger why, Mike, what you're saying to me is that you're pointing to the fact that, hey, this team is already a Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde kind of team. This is already a team that is a roller coaster ride. They get streaky. Why wouldn't you want to keep them at least in, keep the locomotive warmed up, keep the car warm, instead of turning it off and leaving it in the driveway for some days?
Don't forget, tomorrow you can listen to the game on 97.3 ESPN. The coverage starts at 4 o'clock. We have a quadruple header. All 4 baseball games tomorrow on 97.3 ESPN. It starts at 12:30 with the coverage. The Phillies and the Mets will be game 2. Yankees, Royals, game 3. And we'll have the nightcap for you. Padres and Dodgers, all 4 right here on 97.3 ESPN. Mike McGarry from the Press of Atlantic City, pressofac.com, will join us in about 7 minutes from now. Bob Wankel, Red October Philly, 3 o'clock. And don't forget, we've got a whole plethora of coverage of this Phillies-Mets game all day long here on the Sports Bash. Don't forget your text messages. They are the most important today. 609-403-0973. Happy Hour Friday. Where you're watching the game tomorrow, let me know. We have a whole bunch of options that you guys have been giving me all week on our website, 973ESPN.com. I will continue to add to the page as you guys text me in. Places to watch the game tomorrow. Sound must be on. I Just got confirmation from a place that says the sound will be on at their place. I know somebody who goes and watches games at this place. I sent out a text. I said, can you verify that the sound will be on at this place? He just text me back. Yes. 609-403-0973. Where you watching the game tomorrow? With the sound on. Let's go. Red October. It's underway. Phillies, Mets. 97.3 ESPN, the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app, and streaming live video on the X platform and on YouTube at Mike Gill Show.
It's the Sports Bash with Mike Gill
Keeping the fans entertained and happy.
on 97.3 ESPN and the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app.
Take grand off MSRP. 0% for 72 months, 0 payment for 90 days, or 2 new Matt Black Tias for $222. You don't need a sports betting app. Get you Matt Black Tia and be a winner. You heard right. 10 grand off MSRP and 0% for 72 months, 0 down, or 0 payments for 90 days on every clearly marked EV in stock. Currently stuck in a loan or lease? We want to take you release new 24 Kia Forte LXS plus 111 per month lease. Why not get 2 for $222?
Gotta be a Matt Black Kia.
With approved credit and grand up customer cash and no discounts. EV9 $38 per thousand through KNF. 24 months, 111 per month, 10,000 miles per year, 49.52. Not all will qualify. Offers can't be combined. Go to MattBlackKia.com for details for 888-505-6879. Price includes all costs to be paid by consumer except for licensing, registration, and taxes through KNF. Matt Black Kia, 6211 Black Horse Pike. Mark Township and on Route 37 in Toms River.
What's better than one win? 3 wins. With Street Savings, you keep your own phone, get one line for only $25 a month with real unlimited data, and get rewarded with $200 phone credit after 12 months. It's a win-win-win. Head to Walmart or visit StraightTalk.com today. Switch to Straight Talk. Less dollars, more sense. Straight Savings Plan enrollment requires compatible unlocked device and new line of service. Bonus device credit requires 12 months of active service. Forensic eligibility requirements are no longer met. Taxes and fees apply. For network management practices, see Straight Talk terms and conditions.
Habits presents the Blue Electric Lights Awards 2024 in Atlantic City. Friday, November 1st and Saturday, November 2nd. Many credits, the brand new album, Blue Electric Lights.
Warning, the following ZipRecruiter radio spot you are about to hear is going to be filled with F words.
When you're hiring, we at ZipRecruiter know you can feel frustrated. And you can spend a fortune trying to find fabulous people, only to get flooded with candidates who are just fine.
Not
Fortunately, ZipRecruiter figured out how to fix all that. We find the right people for your roles fast, which is our absolute favorite F word. Just go to ZipRecruiter.com/free to try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Hey, if you have ugly yellow toe fungus, you gotta hear about the secret 2-minute trick that I found for my husband. It works from both the inside and the outside. Thousands of people are using it to get rid of their toe fungus. You can check it out at crystalflesh.com. Jake started off with a small spot on his big toe and then it spread and got really bad. His toes were nasty. It was so embarrassing. He was afraid to take his socks off. He hid his yellow and crumbly toes from everyone. He tried everything to get rid of it. Nothing helped. And then we found crystalflesh.com. It was the only thing that worked. In just a few weeks, his toes looked amazing. He's now walking around barefoot again. You guys need to try this. I'm telling you, this stuff is different. It's not sold in stores, but go check it out at crystalflesh.com. They'll even let you try it risk-free so you have nothing to lose. But whatever you do, don't let it get worse. You don't have to live with this anymore. Go check it out now. Just click over to crystalflesh.com.
Breaking news coming in from Bet365, where every nail-biting overtime win, breakaway, pick six, three-point shot, underdog win, buzzer beater, shootout, walk-off, and absolutely every play in between is amazing. From football to basketball and hockey to baseball, whatever the moment, it's never ordinary at Bet365. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in New Jersey.
It's common knowledge that after age 30, our metabolism changes. We have less energy and gain weight easier. There's a way to feel better, not in years or months, but sometimes in just days.
I'm Chuck Norris. I tried everything. Working with a team of health experts, we came up with Morning Kick. Morning Kick is a revolutionary new formula that combines all my favorite supplements into one daily drink.
Morning Kick has probiotics to help you lose weight, prebiotics for digestion, superfoods for muscles and joints, and powerful anti-aging supplements. It'll help you feel youthful, energized, and helps manage stress.
I look and feel better than I have in years.
Go to roundhouseprovisions.com, use code SUPPORT or text SUPPORT to 511-511 and claim 40% off. roundhouseprovisions.com, code SUPPORT.
Every purchase comes with our 90-day money-back guarantee. You could be feeling these changes within just a couple of days.
Text SUPPORT to 511-511.
These statements have not been evaluated by the FDA. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease. Tax fees may apply.
Your luxury BMW experience is closer than you think. Take advantage of exceptional savings at BMW of Atlantic City. Stop in and shop your favorite models, including the new BMW 2 Series, X3, and more. We're sure to have a vehicle that fits your needs. And with Acceleride, purchase your vehicle online and we'll deliver it directly to you. Looking to trade? We'll pay top dollar for your current vehicle. Experience luxury today at BMW of Atlantic City, closer than you think, in Egg Harbor Township. Shop our complete inventory online at bmwatlanticcity.com.
It's the Sports Bash with Mike Gill.
And I am the voice of the voiceless.
On 97.3 ESPN and the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app.
We got a lot of text messages coming in. 609-403-0973. Bunch of them. A lot of people mentioning that Taijuan Walker pitched in many of the games that the Phillies lost to the Mets. A lot of people said you forgot to mention Walker pitched in 3 games of the 6 losses. It's a possibility. Mike, it's amazing to me that an establishment in this area would not have the game on with no sound. Hard to believe. Well, this is what I would say to that. 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Sometimes the A squad's not in it. You know, you got the B team in there, and they don't know. They don't know it. Look, sometimes the A team's in there, and they don't have enough awareness to say the Phillies game's on. Got to get the game on. Got to get the sound going. But at 4 o'clock in the afternoon, you kind of got the crossover shift. You got the B team kind of handing it over to the A squad. You know, Mike McGarry, you got to have the sound on for the game tomorrow. This is epic. First time ever. Phillies Mets. At what point last night did you bail?
I didn't bail at all. I was true right to the end. Funny story. I covered the St. Joe football game. St. Joe ended 16-game losing streak by beating Buena Regional. So I listened to the game on headphones on the sidelines, got in the car, go back to my house to write the story. And on the way home, one of the greatest radio calls I think I've ever heard was Howie Rose's description of Pete Alonso's 3-run home run in the top of the 9th inning. And even though I didn't see it live, and I think, Mike, you can only do this with baseball, I actually might have enjoyed the game more listening to the radio account of it than watching it on television last night.
Yeah, the radio, there is something about baseball on the radio that does give you, that romantic feeling about it. But back-to-back pitches, Brewers go deep. What's the feeling at that moment?
Well, at that feeling, I'm like, it's over, basically. How could it not be over? They go back-to-back at that point. A faint glimmer of hope because the Brewers are on the verge of breaking that game open, and Diaz comes in and sort of halts the bleeding at that point. And at that point, well, I'm like 2-0. There's still a shot here. As opposed to 3-0 or 4-0. If the Brewers had broken that game open, then it's definitely open. And I'll tell you what, I started to get hopeful, and this is what, this is playoff baseball, and this is what these closers do. When Devin Williams comes in the game and walks Lindor, right away I say trouble. That's trouble. You cannot walk the leadoff guy in that spot up 2 runs.
It was a great at-bat, though. It was a great at-bat by Lindor.
It was a great at bat, but Mike, you can't walk that guy. If Lindor if you throw a fastball over the plate at 85 miles an hour and Lindor hits it from Milwaukee to Green Bay or to Chicago, wherever he hits the ball, it's still 2-1 and you're winning. You can't put him on and bring the tying run to the plate. And when Alonso came up, there's a guy who was due. He's been the face of the Mets for 4 or 5 years. This might be his last season with the Mets. And last night he had a moment that will put him down in Mets history forever.
Yeah, it was an epic moment last night for Alonso. And, kind of give us, Mike, this matchup's so interesting because, people keep the Phillies were the Mets the last 2 years, right? The Phillies the last 2 years were the Mets. They were the team that scratched and clawed all the way to the end. They get into the playoffs. Then they have to play these wild cards. They're down to the Cardinals. I mean, they're losing that game. And Segura, Segura gets that little squibber through the right side, and they end up scoring 6 runs. It was almost similar fashion. They're down in that game. They score 6. The Cardinals never get back off the mat, and they win that series. Then they go in and they ambush the Braves. This is 2 years in a row this has happened. Does the Met team feel like a team that's running out of gas or just getting started?
Well, I feel strongly both ways. You wonder, how can they keep doing what they're doing? The way they won Monday's game in Atlanta, down 3-0, up 6-3, down 7-6. Lindor hits the home run to put them up 8-7. You say to yourself, that's one of the greatest wins in Mets regular season history, probably in Mets history of all time. How can they top that? Then they top it last night. What do they have left going into the weekend? But I think you're right. I think a lot of momentum matters in these playoffs. We've seen it with the Phillies. We've seen it with the Diamondbacks. We've seen it with the Atlanta Braves 2 years ago. So it's all kind of relative, and the Mets are certainly on a roll right now. And I think the important thing to remember, Mike, is since June 1st, the Mets are 20-something games over 500. This isn't, just they got hot the last 2 weeks. They've been one of the best teams in baseball since June 1st. And since June 1st, the Phillies have been basically a 500 team.
Rob Thompson, the other day, he did say that Sanchez was a consideration. Nola, obviously, with the opponent being the Mets, it seemed like it was more opponent-based. Who goes? Sanchez or Nola?
I think you got to go Sanchez. We've talked about it before. The home road splits are drastically different. His ERA is above 5 on the road. It's 2, slightly above 2 at home. Nobody can really figure out why there is such a drastic difference in the splits, but why question the numbers? Just roll with the numbers. And again, I like the veteran Aaron Nola. If the series is 1-1, going back to New York for game 3, or if it's 2-0 Phillies, or if it's 0-2 Phillies, I like Nola in that game 3 spot. I like Sanchez in sort of the cocoon at home, and I like going righty, lefty, righty also.
Mike McGarry from the Press of Atlantic City, pressofac.com. A lot of the questions that kind of have been asked during the week have Marsh, obviously, is one of them, and Stott is the other. Well, the Mets are not the matchup that you want to have when you have to make decisions on those two. I don't know what you think the Mets rotation will look like. What's that going to be? Will it be a rotation that will keep those two guys out of the lineup, or if they're in the lineup, not as productive?
Yeah, I think you're going to go Tyler McGill probably in game 1. And remember, he pitched that Sunday night game. I think he went 4 innings that the Mets beat Zach Wheeler in 2-1. So I think they're going to throw McGill on Saturday because there's nobody left. You go process of elimination there and hope for 3-4 innings of him. Then you can come back with Severino, I believe, on Sunday, because that's 4 days rest. And then you go Minaya for game 3. So the Mets pitching-wise aren't as bad as you would think they would have been, having played so many games the past couple of days. I think you've got a platoon, guys. I'm 50-50 on whether your platoon Stott right now. I like his glove in the game. But he has not had the year that we thought he would have against overall offensively, and especially against left-handers. And to me, there's no doubt about it. The Phillies' best lineup has Johan Rojas in center field and a platoon of Hayes and Marsh in left. The Rojas defense in center field can save you a run. At this time of the year, a run could be the difference between winning a game, advancing around in the playoffs. And by keeping either Hayes or Marsh on the bench, you have platoon pinch hit options for Rojas in the later innings if you're trailing, which you didn't really have last year. I think one of the Phillies' advantages this year is that their bench is much better this year than last year. So if you go into the late innings, you have Cody Clemens. You might have a Weston Wilson. You could have Hayes or Marsh on that bench to pinch hit for Rojas if you're down or need a big hit in the late innings. So I'm 50-50 on Stott. I can see both arguments, but to me, there's no doubt. You got to platoon Hayes and Marsh in left field, and you got to play Rojas in center field. I think that's the Phillies' best lineup.
All right, Mike McGarry for the Press of Atlantic City. Yeah, I mean, you go back to, and I was at the game in London, the 6-5 game. Taijuan Walker did start that game. He actually pitched pretty well in that game. He got into the 6th inning and almost got out of it. He had 6 strikeouts, 2 hits, and 2 runs is all he gave up in that game. If you remember, it was Alvarado pitched 2/3 of an inning. He got hit around in that game, and the Mets came back. But Walker, people keep saying, well, you got to remember some of those losses Walker pitched. Walker pitched pretty well the game in London. It was the Phillies bullpen that let them down. They did get to Quintana in that game. So this one's interesting. But ever since that London series, that's when the Mets started to arrive.
Yeah, they've taken off since then. Like since June 1st, they're 20-something games over 500. And like I said before, the Phillies are basically have been a 500 team since.
Yeah, the Phillies, by the way, Mike, the Phillies were 45-20 when they left London.
Right. Yeah, and so this isn't like the Mets just got hot here. Look, these games are going to be fantastic games. We just saw these teams play 7 games, in September. The games were close. They were decided in the late innings. These teams, I believe, kind of are evenly matched up. They know each other so well. They're not going to be intimidated by each other. They're not going to be intimidated by the setting at Citizens Bank Park. They're not going to be intimidated by the fans up at Citi Field or something. This is kind of like the Hatfield and the McCoys kind of going at it here for the first time in baseball history. And if you're not ready at 4:08 tomorrow for, this series to begin, you're just not a sports fan, basically.
Give me your thoughts, Mike. So much talk about this because of that Knicks-Sixers series. Did the Mets fans find a way into the bank?
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see. I will be very interested to see what it's like. I think there's going to be a fair amount of fans at both stadiums for the other teams. I mean, an underrated part is there is always a decent amount of Phillies fans up at Citi Field. So, again, with the way tickets are today, secondary markets, these 90 miles apart, for some people it might be easier to drive to Citizens Bank Park than Citi Field, and you can live in New York City and maybe get to Citizens Bank Park quicker than you can get to Citi Field because of traffic and stuff like that. So, yeah, I'm interested to see what the kind of setting is, how many fans are able to, infiltrate each other's ballpark and stuff like that. I think it's going to be really, kind of a spectacular setting. And I kind of like it when there's visiting fans in the park and the fans go back and forth and the Let's Go Mets fans start and the Phillies fans start booing and stuff like that. I think the setting is going to be tremendous.
As long as it stays like these football games, I've been seeing fights every night. Last night, another one at the Falcons game. I feel like the Rams and the Niners out there, it seems like there's a fight at those games every single weekend. You see these videos of these people just beating each other up. I mean, just have fun with it. It is going to be, by the way, the ticket price, the average ticket for the Phillies is $417. That is the most out of any NLDS or ALDS. The Padres are $319. The Mets are $293. By the way, the Yankees $177 and the Dodgers $154. They're the 2 lowest ticket prices. Yankees and Dodgers home games. Phillies and Mets are number 1 and number 3 for the ticket price. $417.
Yeah, that's a lot of money to see a baseball game. So, if you are going to spend $417, go and enjoy it and don't fight your neighbor or overindulge or anything like that. Just get your $417 worth. Arrive early for batting practice and stay to the last out peacefully.
All right, Mike McGarry, Press of Atlantic City, pressofac.com. First time in 62 years these teams have never met. Did the Mets run out of gas or do the Phillies finally have it in them? They get past the Mets and move on and get back. How's this series go? It's a 5-gamer. Who does the 5-game series favor?
Yeah, I think the Phillies have one big advantage, right? And that is Zach Wheeler. He can throw game 1 and game 5. I think that's a huge advantage. He's the best pitcher in the series, and he can throw 2 games. The other key to look for, how are the Phillies' right-handed relievers going to perform? Pressure on Orion Kirkland, pressure on Jeff Hoffman. The Mets are a predominantly right-handed hitting team. Brandon Nimmo is really their only big left-handed bat. So these right-handed Phillies relievers, Kirkring, Hoffman, Estevez, they're going to be called upon to get some big outs, especially Kirkring. I mean, Kirkring's going to be in one of these games in the 5th or 6th inning. He's going to have to come in and get an Alonso. He's going to have to come in and get a Starling Marte. He's going to have to come in and get a Francisco Alvarez. I think that's an underrated key to the series. How do the Phillies' right-handed relievers perform? I think the Zach Wheeler is a big advantage, having him able to pitch 2 games. I think it goes 5, but I think this time the Phillies find themselves on the Phillies play the role of the Atlanta Braves, and the Mets play the role of the 22 and 23 Phillies.
Wow.
So I'll take the Mets in 5.
All right, Mike McGarry's back on Monday. We'll see if it's a split, a 2-0, an 0-2, and we'll have that all for you right here. Every pitch of the Mets and Phillies can be heard on 97.3 ESPN. All right, Mike McGarry, where are you heading tonight?
Headed over to Mainland Regional, the battle for the bridge, Ocean City and Mainland. Big rivalry in every sport, especially big when they meet at football. We'll be there tonight in Linwood for the 6 o'clock kickoff, the battle for the bridge.
All right, check out the coverage at the Press of Atlantic City and pressofac.com. All right, Mike, we'll talk to you Monday, man.
All right, enjoy the baseball, boys.
We will, and it's going to be a lot of fun. Phillies and Mets, and you can hear it right here on 97.3 ESPN. He likes the Mets in 5. What do you guys think? Let us know, 609-30973. A lot of texts. I'm going to do as many texts as I can on the other side. 609-403-0973. 609-403-0973. Todd and Brigantine says, Mike, since September 22nd, the Mets have been on the road. Atlanta to Milwaukee, back to Atlanta, back to Milwaukee. Maybe home and now in Philly. The travel in the games will catch up to them. That's Todd and Brigantine. Gary doesn't think so. What do you guys think? The series, why? Where are you watching the series with the sound on? I need those answers. 609-403-0973. Hit the text message board hard, and when we come back, we'll read those off. And coming up at 3 o'clock, Bob Wankel from RedOctoberPhilly.com joins me to talk some Phil.
When you need the best Phillies coverage, there's only one place to get it. Swing and line drive, base hit, out of the left center field. And the score, Trey Turner, Alec Bohm, a first pitch RBI single. The Sports Bag with Mike Gill on 97.3 ESPN.
Hey, Birds fans, it's about that time. Football season is back, and Boardwalk Honda is giving you the chance to score big. Stop in and take advantage of game-changing savings all month long. Shop our lineup of new pre-owned and certified pre-owned Hondas. We have something for everyone, and credit problems are no problem with over 25 financial lenders to get you approved and on the road to victory. Visit us in Egg Harbor Township or online at boardwalkhonda.com. And remember, from Maine to Miami, nobody beats a Boardwalk deal.
What's better than 1 win? 3 wins. With Straight Savings, you keep your own phone, get 1 line for only $25 a month with real unlimited data, and get rewarded with a $200 phone credit after 12 months. It's a win-win-win. Head to Walmart or visit straighttalk.com today. Switch to Straight Talk. Less dollars, more sense. Straight Savings Plan enrollment requires compatible unlocked device and new line of service. Bonus device credit requires 12 months of active service. Offer ends if eligibility requirements are no longer met. Taxes and fees apply. For network management practices, see Straight Talk's terms and conditions.
It's common knowledge that after age 30, our metabolism changes. We have less energy and gain weight easier. There's a way to feel better, not in years or months, but sometimes in just days.
I'm Chuck Norris. I tried everything. Working with a team of health experts, we came up with Morning Kick. Morning Kick is a revolutionary new formula that combines all my favorite supplements into one daily drink.
Morning Kick has probiotics to help you lose weight, prebiotics for digestion, superfoods for muscles and joints, and powerful anti-aging supplements. It'll help you feel youthful, energized, and helps manage stress.
I look and feel better than I have in years.
Go to roundhouseprovisions.com, use code SUPPORT, or text SUPPORT to 511-511 and claim 40% off. Roundhouseprovisions.com, code SUPPORT.
Every purchase comes with our 90-day money-back guarantee. You can be feeling these changes within just a couple of days.
Text support to 511-511.
These statements have not been evaluated by the FDA. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease. Tax fees may apply.
Progressive presents Renter's MVP's Most Valuable Possessions. Today's MVP, Joe Fallon's bedroom mini fridge. Sure, this pint-sized chiller's max capacity is 3 soda cans, but what it lacks in stature, it makes up in cooling strength. Each beverage a perfect 37 degrees every time. And the 2 feet Joe walks to get a drink, priceless. That's why his mini fridge is today's MVP. Keep your most valuable possessions protected by bundling your renters and auto insurance with Progressive. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers not available in all states.
Rita, Jorge, let's bring the nail gun over here.
Jose stands tall atop his sustainable flooring company.
Totally. It's renewable and moisture resistant, but we have several green options too. Or we got some beautiful reclaimed oak.
But floored by his success, he needs to hire more installers.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. Put our matching platform to work so you can spend less time searching and more time connecting with talented candidates. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
Hey, if you have ugly yellow toe fungus, you got to hear about the secret 2-minute trick that I found for my husband. It works from both the inside and the outside. Thousands of people are using it to get rid of their toe fungus. You can check it out at crystalflush.com. And got really bad. His toes were nasty. It was so embarrassing. He was afraid to take his socks off. He hid his yellow and crumbly toes from everyone. He tried everything to get rid of it. Nothing helped. And then we found crystalflush.com. It was the only thing that worked. In just a few weeks, his toes looked amazing. He's now walking around barefoot again. You guys need to try this. I'm telling you, this stuff is different. It's not sold in stores, but go check it out at crystalflush.com. They'll even let you try it risk-free so you have nothing to lose. But whatever you do, don't let it get worse. You don't have to live with this anymore. Go check it out now. Just click over to crystalflush.com.
We're going abroad for the first time in years to Spain. So we started using that.
And started learning Spanish fast.
With Babbel, you can start having conversations in another language in just 3 weeks.
¿Cómo te llamas?
¿Cómo te llamas?
When you learn a language, you want to actually use it. Babbel is designed with that goal in mind.
In just 3 weeks, we're starting to have conversations in Spanish. Gracias, Babbel.
Babbel, language for life. Now try Babbel for free at Babbel.com. That's Babbel.com.
Did you know that New Jersey is leading the nation in clean energy investments?
Really, New Jersey?
And all with one thing in mind. You.
Me?
Uh-huh. New Jersey's Clean Energy Program offers incentives and services that benefit New Jersey residents, businesses, education, government, and nonprofit entities to help them save energy, money, and the environment.
Save money while saving the planet. Who knew?
Now you do. Visit njcleanenergy.com to learn even more.
Maybe we should change our nickname to the Clean Energy State.
A message from the New Jersey Board of Public Utilities.
It's the Sports Bash with Mike Gill.
Do I have everybody's attention now?
On 97.3 ESPN and the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app.
252 Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN, the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app, streaming live video on the X platform and YouTube at Mike Gill Show. Subscribe. I got so many text messages. I'm going to try to get by as many as I can real quick. Let's hit them hard, hit them fast. Mike, I'm definitely afraid of the Mets. Phillies bats better show up or we're done in 4. Agree. I think the offense is the biggest concern. Wheeler throws a gem and you don't score. And then the next thing you know, you look at the scoreboard, you're down 2-0 in the 8th because you had to pull him from the game, 100 pitches, the whole yada yada. Mike's Smitty from Smithville. If the Mets beat Wheeler tomorrow, your last game at the bank this year will be Sunday. I would agree. If you lose tomorrow and Zach Wheeler loses, don't feel great about the series there, Smitty from Smithville. Mike, as much as I respect Mike McGarry's opinion, I expect the Big Red cheesesteak in 4 or 5. By the way, assuming the series goes 5, my Big Red cheesesteak starting rotation is Walker, Sanchez, Nola, Suarez, Walker. I don't know what any of that means, but thanks for the text. Phillies have been out of gas and running on inertia since London. My money is on the Mets. I don't know if the Phillies have been out of gas. I think they just took the foot off the gas is probably more accurate there, Anonymous. 609-403-0973. Mike, Saturday and Sunday afternoon games contribute to the number one ticket price. Maybe. I think that who else plays at home? The Dodgers play at home Saturday and Sunday, and their ticket prices are the lowest, $154. So what's their excuse? The Yankees play at home Saturday and Monday. Theirs is 177. I don't know what the reason for that is. I wouldn't pay that kind of money for a ticket. $417, you got to be out of your mind. That's just me. Leave it to you. You guys can do that. 609-403-0973. Mike, I want to agree with the interview. Best lineup is Rojas in center, Hayes, Marsh, platoon. But the Phillies are obsessed with Austin Hayes. I don't get it. But everyone keeps talking a Marsh-Hayes platoon. I don't know what's going to happen there. I really don't know how they're going to handle that. Mike, people need to wake up and pay attention. Every single indication is that Hayes is our everyday. Well, you write right fielder, but he's a left fielder. And it will be no different in the playoffs. Hayes is their prized possession. I don't know about that. We'll see. I hope that they do open their eyes and realize Marsh Hayes is the better way to go. We'll ask Bob Wankel from RedOctoberPhilly.com next.
The playoffs continue on ESPN Radio.
Out of here! A 3-run go-ahead home run for Pete Alonso.
The New York Mets, fresh off of a wild-card win, go head-to-head with the NLDS champion Philadelphia Phillies. It's game 1 of the best-of-5.
It's Red October, Phillies playoff baseball. It's the NLDS, Phillies Mets, tomorrow afternoon on 97.3 ESPN. Coverage begins at 4 p.m.
97.3 ESPN has teamed up with Seize the Deal for incredible weekly offers from some fantastic local restaurants. Here's this week's big deal.
Get a $50 gift card, good for use at Provenza Restaurant and Event Center on Wellington Avenue in Ventnor for just $25.
This great deal is on sale now at seizethedeal.com. Hurry, chances are this deal will sell quickly. For more info on this great deal, go to seizethedeal.com.
Seizethedeal.com.
Drivers who switch and save with Progressive could save hundreds, which could be life-changing. I mean, you could put that money towards concert tickets for your daughter to see that singer who sings about painful breakups. And one song will inspire your little beauty to break up with that beast she's dating, Brian. Instead, she'll date someone who's nice and worthy of her love, not someone who addresses you and your spouse as bro. And it's all because you could save money switching at Progressive.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates, not available in all states.
After you use Bounce Dryer sheets and realize how fresh, soft, less wrinkled, and less staticky your laundry can be, you'll put a sheet on your every time. Like those socks that smell like they've been through a marathon. Or that blanket that's got wrinkles on its wrinkles. Maybe even your chatty coworker who keeps distracting you. Okay, Bounce Dryer sheets can't do it all. But for fresher, softer, better laundry, put a sheet on it with Bounce.
Take 10 grand off MSRP, 0% for 72 months, 0 payments for 90 days, or 2 new Matt Blatt Kias for $222. You don't need a sports betting app. Get to Matt Blatt Kia and be a winner. You heard right. 10 grand off MSRP and 0% for 72 months, 0 down, or 0 payments for 90 days on every clearly marked EV in stock. Currently stuck in a loan or lease? We want to get you released. New 24 Kia Forte LXS. Just $111 per month lease. Why not get 2 for $222?
It's gotta be a Matt Blatt Kia.
With approved credit, 10 grand off customer cash and dealer discount. EV9, $38,900 per thousand through KMF. 24 months, $111 per month, 10,000 miles per year, $49.52. Not all will qualify. Offers can't be combined. Go to mattblattkianj.com for complete details or 888-505-6670. Price includes all costs to be paid by consumer, except for licensing, registration, and taxes through KMF. Matt Blatt Kia, 6211 Black Horse Pike, Egg Harbor Township, and on Route 37 in Toms River.
We're going abroad for the first time in years. To Spain. So we started using Babbel.
And started learning Spanish fast.
With Babbel, you can start having conversations in another language in just 3 weeks.
¿Cómo te llamas?
¿Cómo te llamas?
When you learn a language, you want to actually use it. Babbel is designed with that goal in mind.
In just 3 weeks, we're starting to have conversations in Spanish. Gracias, Babbel.
Babbel, language for life. Now try Babbel for free at Babbel.com. That's Babbel.com.
Texting enrolls you in recurring automated marketing text messages. Consent not required to purchase. Message and data rates may apply.
Leaving for the gym so early?
I'm ready to go.
Since you started taking Nugenix Total T, you've been acting like when we met in our 20s.
I feel like myself again. Lower testosterone after turning 40 slowed me down. Nugenix Total T has been a game changer for me.
What is it about Nugenix Total T that's different?
It's a key ingredient called Tesnor. It boosts free and total testosterone to help you get back the drive and energy from your youth. Total T is backed by 5 clinical studies.
I've seen the huge difference it's made for you in the gym, at work, and in the bedroom.
I'm so glad I sent them a text for my complimentary bottle. Text ORDER to 321-321 right now for your complimentary bottle of Nugenix Total T. Nugenix is the #1 selling testosterone-boosting brand at GNC and Walmart. Do it now, and we'll also send you a bottle of Nugenix Thermo X, our newest, most powerful fat burner ever. Absolutely free. Text ORDER to 321-321. That's ORDER to 321-321.
Lenny Kravitz presents the Blue Electric Light Tour 2024. Live in Atlantic City, Ovation Hall and Ocean Casino Resort.
Home of the Sports Bash with Mike Gill, 97.3 ESPN.
That sounds great, guys.
WENJ HD, Millville, Atlantic City. This is the Sports Bash with Mike Gill on 97.3 and the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app. Now live from inside the Ocean Casino Resort studio, here's Mike Gill.
Three o'clock, Sports Fast Live, 97.3 ESPN. I'm Mike Gill. What's up? This hour is brought to you by Broadley's Plumbing, Heating, Air Conditioning, your trusted source for heating, plumbing, service, installation for generations. 609-390-3907, online, broadleys.net. Phillies and Mets, Saturday, Sunday. Listen to every pitch on 97.3 ESPN. Bob Wankel from RedOctoberPhilly.com and Boston Broad is back. Red October is back. But the Mets are coming to town. Not ideal, according to a lot of our listeners today. The text board is blowing up with trepidation, Bob Wankel. Do the people on the text board have the right for trepidation, or is this, hey, the hammer and the nail? Phillies are just flat out better than the Mets.
I'm not going to come on here and do this false bravado thing with you where it's like Phil's in 3, 10-0, 10-0, 10-0. But I think we might be getting a little carried away here with the anxiety and trepidation over the New York Mets. I'm just going to say this. I had this thought late last night, and it's like, when on the football schedule, you peruse the odds on a Sunday morning, and you say, I like that underdog to win. And then you kind of get online and you start talking to everyone, and everyone likes that underdog to win. And you go, well, wait, they're about to get clobbered then. And I kind of almost feel like that's what's going on here. Like, the Phillies are better than the Mets, and they're better than the Mets in every way possible. They have a better bullpen. They have a far superior rotation. They're set up pitching-wise better than the Mets, and they were better than the Mets in pretty much every offensive category this season other than home runs. And other than the Pete Alonso home run, the Mets aren't even hitting them right now. So I get it. The layoff, momentum, the 24 Mets or the 22 Phillies. I hear you. But if you're just looking at this, what it is, Phillies are a better team.
All right, they are the better team. Record-wise, they were the better team. They played in the season 7-6. I don't know how much factor that is, but we can't deny that there's something about this Mets team that feels like the Phillies. The Phillies against the Cardinals, they're down 2-0. Segura squeezes one through. They scored 6 runs when it felt like they were going to be down in that series and out, and then they make a run to the World Series. So does it feel like the Mets just have that something, whatever it is? They might not be the better team. I don't know that anybody thinks the Phillies were better than the Braves were in either of those series. But for whatever reason, they just were able to catch a little fire. Do the Mets have that feeling, or do they run out of gas? Do they feel like they're running out of gas, or I don't even know about that?
So I think one of the main questions that you have to ask yourself is what's real and what's not. And what's a narrative that we like to create and storylines that we like to create, and what's true and what's real. And for every 2-0 come from behind victory that propels a baseball team to a long playoff run, like you saw with the Phillies against the Cardinals 2 years ago, there are plenty of other situations. You look at the Phillies last postseason. Just use the Phillies as an example. Did they have momentum after Game 2 when they destroyed the Diamondbacks heading out west? Yeah, they had all the momentum in the world, and they were the better team, and they lost. Take it across different sports. one of the most improbable endings I've ever seen to an NFL postseason game. The Minneapolis Miracle with the Minnesota Vikings and the Stephon Diggs touchdown. Do you know what happened the week after that? You might, because it happened against the Eagles. The Eagles pummeled the Vikings the game after that. It's like I think that people are on edge because you just watch that team have a miraculous moment, and they've had a number of them. And when you're idle and you're sitting on your hands and you aren't having those moments, the only thing that you can do is process what you're seeing and say, oh, damn, I have a lot of respect for what the Mets have done. They got up off the mat. They looked like they were going to have a joke of a season. They made a playoff run. They had a heck of a series in Milwaukee, lots of late inning dramatics. Credit to them. Well, this idea, though, that the Phillies are in trouble because here come the Mets because they hit a ninth inning dramatic home run. Yeah. I can't get behind it, man.
Yeah, no, listen, a lot of people say, well, how come football teams try to get the bye and it doesn't apply to baseball? Having that week off is not ideal for baseball. Baseball is a game of timing, repetition, muscle memory, and you want to keep playing. Now, I don't know what the Phillies did today, yesterday. I know they played a simulated game Wednesday.
Yes.
If it were me, I probably would have played a simulated game every day. I would have taken live BP. I said I would have called up the youngest arms I could find that could throw the hardest and just get them up there and say, impress me. Go out there and make a name for yourself and let them throw 3 innings apiece against this lineup and let them see. Like, I don't know what they did yesterday. Was it like bring your golf clubs and come play top golf at Citizens?
Yeah, yesterday was light, and then they had a workout, or they're in the middle of a workout right now, or about to have a workout this afternoon. So, look, all I can say is this. I don't know how the Phillies – nobody knows how the Phillies are going to respond. And could Brandon Nimmo hit a 14-hopper through the hole and, score 2 runs in a key situation? Sure. And could Pete Alonso swat a 3-run homer in the 9th inning and win a game? Yeah, it's baseball. And the one thing that I think should have fans a little bit nervous, that's fair to be nervous about, that you can really point to, is that anytime you have a shorter series – there's more room and more margin for the unexpected and the crazy to take over. And I think that, you get into a short series and it is possible. I'm not saying that the Phillies are absolutely going to win the series. In fact, I think they're going to win it in 5 games. I think it's going to be a very anxiety-fueled couple days here between these two teams. But the Phillies are the better team, and I could make the argument it's not exactly like they ended the regular season guns blazing. This is an older team. It's a veteran team. A reset might not have been the worst thing in the world. If the Phillies come out and score 17 runs the first 2 games of the series, what are we going to do? Are we going to talk about the bye? The bye's horrible. Well, we don't know that. The bye's horrible because the Braves faltered last year.
All the stuff that we can't control, you're right. I mean, the Phillies, this week off could be just what the doctor ordered, and the Mets might be running out of gas. Now, some of the questions, one of them has been answered moments ago. Rob Thompson announced Christopher Sanchez will start game 2. So I guess the question is, the stats say he should, but are they overthinking this?
All right, so 2 things. Number one, I think that Aaron Nola in a hostile environment with the playoff experience is probably the way to go. I also like the fact that they're breaking up the left-handers. I think it's good that you're not going Sanchez and Suarez back-to-back, and it's not just about the look. Here you go. You assume that you're going to get a good start from Zach Wheeler in game 1. You figure he'll give you length. You don't know that for sure, but that has to be the working assumption. In game 2, I think there is trust in Christopher Sanchez, but I wouldn't be that surprised if they treated him much the way that they did against the Diamondbacks last year, which is, here's the ball. I hope this works. If you get yourself into trouble, we'll be very aggressive going to the bullpen. And why I mention that is because then you have a down day between games 2 and 3. So you can go all in with your bullpen in game 2 if you have to. You get the reset on Monday, and then you come back and you hope that Aaron Nola gives you that volume again in game 3, allowing you to be very aggressive with your bullpen again in game 4, which you might need to do based on how Ranger Suarez has thrown. So I don't know that it's about home road splits so much as it is about how can we be super aggressive with our bullpen and insulate ourselves against blow-up starts from either Sanchez or Suarez.
Yeah, I mean, listen, I've been kind of saying you want to put the kid in the best position to succeed for him, knowing that Nola can handle either spots. You put Sanchez on the road, and who knows what could happen. His splits, though, have been terrible on the road next to his home splits. And by the way, Sanchez has been exceptional at Citizens Bank Park. So put him in position to succeed as opposed to saying, hey, let's get Nola because he's our number 2. I don't think this says that Sanchez is our number 2. It just seems it work out better in this series.
Absolutely. And I think for the reasons that I mentioned,
if they're playing the Brewers, would he throw this number 2?
I'm not sure. I mean, I think that he said the other day it was going to be about opponent. I don't necessarily believe that. I think that it was more about bullpen allocation and trying to protect Christopher Sanchez as much as possible and then relying on Nola's experience on the road. I really think that that's really what this is all about.
Bob Wankel, Red October, Philly.com, and of course, Crossing Broad got the Phillies and the Mets for the first time ever. Christopher Sanchez, he will start game 2. Wheeler in game 1. It looks like McGill's going to throw for them. What do you think of their pitching situation after all this travel and everything? They're not in a terrible spot, or do you look at that and say, maybe they're kind of hitting a tough spot here?
Look, I mean, their pitching's not lined up the way they want it to be. And I think that they have a number of guys that have done a very good job and to some degree have probably pitched beyond expectation. And certainly McGill is one of those guys. But here's where the Phillies could have an advantage in game 1. And it goes beyond the obvious of just saying, Red October and Zach Wheeler. McGill has not exceeded 6 innings in any start this season. In fact, he's lasted 5 innings or less in 8 of 15 starts. Now, he's been good, and he's been especially good lately. He's made some changes to his pitch mix, and I'm not saying that the Phillies are going to come out and just destroy him, but he's not a guy that gives you a ton of length. The Mets figure to be tired entering game 1, and the bullpen is not particularly good to begin with. And so I think, if you can get him out of the game after 4, maybe get him out of the game in the 5th inning, they should be vulnerable later in this game. And the Phillies could take advantage of that. So the way I look at tomorrow, like as much as everyone wants to talk about momentum and all this and magic pixie dust and all of these other things, like look at the odds tomorrow, and odds makers basically have the Phillies as a minus 200 favorite. And it's because they have the advantage at the start of the game, and they have the advantage at the end of the game, and they have home field advantage. Look, Phillies might lose, and next week we could be talking about what an epic disaster this was. I'm not out here saying that this is a World Series team. I don't know, but this is set up very favorably for them.
It is. Listen, and I think that's the part of it, is that it's set up favorably for you, but you're facing the team that you were the year before, right? Or the last 2 years. You're facing that team that is kind of that nobody really thought was the better team. Nobody thought the Phillies were better than the Braves last year or the year before. And part of the thing with the Braves that has been their problem against the Phillies, during the regular season, you got 9 guys that can mash. Well, you're facing the Royals and the Pirates and the whatever's 4 and 5 starters in a series, and you're piling up runs against them when you're facing good pitching every day. So this Phillies lineup, is in the end that going to be a strength or weakness for them? Do you think that this lineup finally gets it done?
You're going to face a lot of good pitching in the postseason. So I just don't know that they're going to average 7 runs per game and mash their way to a title. But I guess I expect them to swing the bats. I guess I expect them to be a little bit more competitive. There's going to be a boom or bust element to what they do. But I do think for as much credit as the Mets deserve and as deep as they've been in that rotation. I mean, it's like 4 guys, none of which when you look at them, you say like, oh, I'm scared of this guy, but they go out and do it. I still think that the Phillies are going to have opportunities to score runs in these games. And I don't know. I mean, the saying is an offense going to score 6.5 runs per game versus 3 runs per game. Like there is an element of uncertainty, and there's a unpredictable nature to this whole thing, especially over a 5-game span. But I just think that there's enough there. I don't know what the NLCS looks like, whether it be the Padres or Dodgers. And like I said, I think that this series is going to go the distance. But I think that there's enough there to take care of business and then kind of reset and see where you're at after this.
All right. I'm trying to see in real time here. I know that Thompson is talking. I don't know that he's played it. He did announce Sanchez will start. I have not seen him mention what he will do with his lineup. But what should he do with the left field, center field situations. You got a couple lefties that will pitch in this series. They've got Minaya, they've got Quintana, Peterson. You got 3 lefties that you could potentially see in this series.
Yeah, I mean, I think what I would do tomorrow is probably with Wheeler on the mound and saying like this is going to be about run prevention. I probably would put Brandon Marsh in left against McGill, and I would probably put Johan Rojas in center field tomorrow. I don't know that Austin Hayes is necessarily warrants a start here in this first game. You know that I've got major concerns and reservations about Johan Rojas's game offensively. Some of the base running stuff actually makes me pretty nervous too in a playoff series. But I think for game 1, that's probably the best option. But when you talk about getting the Mets versus getting the Brewers, certainly, you know, this is probably going to neutralize Brandon Marsh a little bit early on in games. Like, I don't know that you see Brandon Marsh against the Quintanas and the Petersons and the Minayas. And I also don't know exactly, and I guess I'm curious to see what Rob's saying in real time right now, how they handle Bryson Stott at second base. I mean, does Edmundo Sosa get some starts against these lefties? And I think that's very much going to be one of the things to keep an eye on here.
Yeah, I was going to say, how much of a possibility do you think that is? That they really, 1 year ago today, Stott hit a grand slam off a lefty. Since that moment, not so good against left-handed pitching. Do we really think if there's a lefty that Edmundo Sosa is in that lineup?
Yeah, you know, how they approach a game 1, they might just roll out the lineup and say, these are our guys, let's go get it. I think that they certainly, here's what I can say. I know for sure that they very much have considered this. You know, I think that Edmundo Sosa is going to play a significant role in this series. Whether or not he starts game 1, I don't know, but I would expect him to get a start or two at some point here.
That would be interesting because Stott was, you know, by the way, people forget Stott hit in the 5-hole last year in these playoffs, right? He was in 5th. And now he's hitting towards the bottom and might not be in the lineup. They're going to go Castellanos 4, Bohm 5.
I think they were leaning that way. I mean, it seems like that's kind of where the indications are pointing. You know, there's obviously boom or bust potential there. I think though that given Castellanos's second half, really since the middle of May, he's been pretty good. He gives you that veteran presence and he can do some damage, and it's not perfect. I mean, I think that the cleanup spot last year was what killed the Phillies in the postseason. And if you talk about the lineup and concern about their offense, I think it's this cleanup spot again that you have to kind of circle and just say, oh, cross your fingers and hope it works out.
Agree. Big picture here. This crew, this group, is this the last shot for them?
Yeah, I think that
actually it might not be the last shot because you do got guys signed after this year, but do they have to look at themselves if they come up short again and say, now we have to try to do something different?
Yeah, so I would be stunned if the Phillies didn't have 2 new starting outfielders next year. And that might involve Nick Castellanos. I don't think that that's obvious, but I think there is a world with 2 years left on his deal. I think that his numbers were good enough and his consistency was really good enough after the first month that a team might not have a ton of reservations about saying, like, let's bring this guy in here for 2 years around $20 million. It's possible, but I certainly think that in some way, shape, or form, there's going to be 2 new outfielders out there for the Phillies. I don't think you're going to get this Rojas-Hayes combination coming back, and I think that that's the most obvious place to upgrade. And I also believe that you have to consider, and I know some fans, and I think I might have suggested this to you previously, and I think some fans are going to say, like, really? But I think that there is a world where you have to consider Stott and Bohm and taking one of them and moving on. I just don't think there's enough power in this lineup. You have some guys that are aging. You know, Castellanos is probably a 20-homer guy. Real Muto's maybe a 15-homer guy at this point. I just feel like Stott and Bohm don't supply enough power. And I think that you have to consider what you have and where does Aiden Miller factor into this thing. And I just don't think that both of those guys are back next year. We'll see.
Yeah, I wonder. That's why, again, the pressure of this group, knowing that they brought them all back and knowing that if they don't get it done, that this could be it for them together. Marsh and you know, figuring out what to do with that situation in left field all year long. Again, you know, we'll see what ends up happening. But it all starts tomorrow, and you can listen to it on 97.3 ESPN. Here's the question. ninth inning, 1-run game. Who's getting the ball?
1-run game. Well, they probably already used Strom and they probably already used Hoffman, and so it's going to be Estevez. And that is one of the things we did not get to in this conversation. You said, what's one thing that gives you a lot of concern, a lot of pause?
Well, I mean, could they go to Hoffman?
Yeah, if I just had my pick, if my starter gave me 8 innings and I had a 1-0 lead in the 9th, I would go to Hoffman every day of the week.
Okay, that's interesting. I mean, I'm not disagreeing with you, but I don't feel great about Estevez either. But
I don't feel great about a closer against a team that's willing to shorten up and use all fields that can't miss bats. And he's just not missing enough bats. He's striking out less than 9 per 9 with the Phillies. The walks are up a little bit. It's a little bit of a concern. So
yeah, I when they made the trade for him, that was one of the things I said. I said, he's not a big strikeout guy. It's different trying to get the last out in this place tomorrow. I mean, he's going to look up in that crowd, and it's going to be a different scene than the ballpark in Anaheim. I mean, it's going to be something, man.
Yeah, I mean, he's a good arm. This is not 2023 Craig Kimbrell. I mean, not to say that the same thing couldn't happen, but he's certainly a better pitcher than that guy was. But yeah, I have some concerns there.
All right. Well, we'll listen to it tomorrow right here on 97.3 ESPN. Sunday at 4, Saturday at 4, both games. And Monday we will be recapping all the mayhem. I'll tell you what, the Eagles, who are kind of under the radar right now with the Phillies, they're probably happy. But if the Phillies go out early, the pressure will double on that team.
Yeah. Nick Sirianni's hair is going to be totally wiped by kickoff against the Browns.
All right, man. We'll see you.
All right, man. See you later.
Bob Wankel, Red October Philly is the newsletter, and that will be cranking back up. As we told you, the breaking news, Christopher Sanchez will start game 2. That was just announced per Rob Thompson. So they're going to go with Sanchez in 2. They're going to go with Nola now in 3. And Knicks Nuggets. I wonder what the Nuggets are going to think about that today here on the Sports Bash Live 97.3 ESPN. Listen, the splits suggest that Sanchez is the guy to pitch in this spot. He is 7-3 at home. His ERA is in the low 2s. And on the road, he is about 500 with an ERA in the 5s. I mean, the numbers say, but I guess the question is, are you overthinking the numbers? Are you just strictly saying, look at the numbers? It's like, it's like somebody who's like a buyer, right? And they just go down the list. They don't know anything about what they're actually purchasing or what they're like an advertising buy. The ad agency just looks down the list and says, okay, I'll buy this one, and this one. But they don't know anything about what they just bought. This is a situation where you look down the list and you look at his numbers. Sanchez obviously feels more comfortable pitching at home. But why is that? Did he pitch at the Dodgers? Did he pitch at teams that had good? I don't know. But do you guys think that Sanchez was the right call to go with in game 2? 609-403-0973. 609-403-0973. I think pitching Nola in game 2 or game 3, you can't go wrong. But Sanchez, I think you're setting yourself up for a potential failure in game 3 because he goes on the road. He's at Citi Field. That place is going to be crazy. I mean, Citi Field's going to be rocking, right? All right, we got a lot to dive into later on. Football at 4. We're going to take a look at the Eagles at the bye week here. John McMullen as well. We'll do some more Eagles and stuff. We got the Phillies and the Mets all day long here for you on 97.3 ESPN. The one thing that you got to keep in mind too, right? The one thing you got to keep in mind is the Mets were the hot team and everybody's excited about them. But it takes one game to kind of thwart that momentum. If you get that game 1, I think everybody kind of calms down. But Bob made an interesting argument or point. The Phillies won the first 2 games against the Diamondbacks last year, and they didn't look competitive, right? They did not look competitive in game 1 or game 2. It was like, this is a varsity team playing a JV team. They just looked like they got ambushed. Bright eyes, looking at Citizens Bank Park, the intensity in there and thinking, whoa, And then they settled down when they went home. So even if you're up 2-0, keep that in mind. Now it's a 5-game series. That does change the dynamics of that whole situation. That was a 7-game series. The game Arizona.
Also, Arizona's a much younger roster than these Mets are. There's many more veterans on the Mets.
Mets were in the playoffs not too long ago.
2 years ago,
2022, right?
Yeah.
They were in the playoffs. Not last year, the year before.
The year before, yeah. Last year they fell apart.
Yeah, 3 o'clock hour brought to you by Broadlee's Plumbing, Heating, and Air Conditioning, your trusted source for heating, plumbing service, installation for generations. Call them at 609-390-3907. I'm Mike Gill. This is the Sports Bash. On Fridays, we play Buy or Sell with John McCullen. We got buy or sell questions for the bye week for the Philadelphia Eagles. Got all the other teams in the division playing this week. We'll get into that and more on the Sports Bash Live on 97.3.
When you need the best Phillies coverage, there's only one place to get it.
Liner to center. Marsh is sharp single. Around third, here comes Turner. Bellinger comes up firing to the plate, a one-hopper, Tulane. Turner slides in gracefully. And a 2-out RBI single, and Brandon Marsh gives the Phillies the lead here with the first 1-0.
The Sports Bash with Mike Gill on 97.3 ESPN.
Your luxury BMW experience is closer than you think. Take advantage of exceptional savings at BMW of Atlantic City. Stop in and shop your favorite models, including the new BMW 2 Series, X3, and more. We're sure to have a vehicle that fits your needs. And with Acceleride, purchase your vehicle online and we'll deliver it directly to you. Looking to trade? We'll pay top dollar for your current vehicle. Experience luxury today at BMW of Atlantic City, closer than you think. In Egg Harbor Township, shop our complete inventory online at bmwatlanticcity.com.
Automated marketing text messages consent are required to purchase message data risk apply.
The team's looking good this season.
I think so. I miss football. Being young with unlimited energy to burn ever since I turned 40. I just can't find that fire I used to have.
Think you could be lower testosterone?
What do you mean?
All guys lose their edge when they turn 40. The body has less testosterone. That's why I take Nugenics Total T.
I've heard about Nugenics. That really works.
Since I started taking Nugenics, I'm lifting like when we played for Coach Carter. I feel more energized at work. It's even spiced up things between me and the missus.
Are they still giving out complimentary bottles for people to try?
Yep, send a text. It's that easy.
Text EDGE to 42424 right now for your complimentary bottle of Nugenics Total T. It's the #1 selling testosterone boosting brand at GNC and Walmart. Do it now and they'll also send you a bottle of Nugenics Turbo X, their newest, most powerful fat burner ever, absolutely free. Text EDGE to 42424. That's EDGE to 42424. These statements have not been evaluated by the FDA. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
The holidays are here, and the Home Depot has everything you need to stay connected with smart home upgrades. Whether you're keeping an eye out for the big guy or keeping an eye on your family, the Home Depot has you covered with great tech, like the Ring Indoor Camera 2-pack with advanced motion detection, two-way talk, and color night vision. Plus, get your smart home devices the smart way with free delivery. Get holiday ready with seasonal savings happening now at the Home Depot. Subject to availability, see HomeDepot.com/delivery for details.
You go into your shower feeling, but as soon as you reach for the Irish Spring, your day immediately gets better. That crisp, fresh, unmistakable Irish Spring scent zings your brain and awakens your senses. So when you finally emerge from the shower, 37 minutes later, because you paid the water bill so you can stay in there as long as you want, you're ready to take on the day and smell great doing it. Irish Spring Body Wash and Bar Soap. Fresh, green, Irish. Shop now at Walmart.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. You have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up. I've already made around $300. Put gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside. I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code LOCAL to get an extra 35 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code LOCAL for a 35 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code LOCAL for a 35 cents per gallon bonus.
Hey, if you have ugly yellow toe fungus, you got to hear about the secret 2-minute trick that I found for my husband. It works from both the inside and the outside. Thousands of people are using it to get rid of their toe fungus. You can check it out at crystalflush.com. Jake started off with a small spot on his big toe, and then it spread and got really bad. His toes were nasty. It was so embarrassing. He was afraid to take his socks off. He hid his yellow and crumbly toes from everyone. He tried everything to get rid of it. Nothing helped. And then we found crystalflush.com. It was the only thing that worked. In just a few weeks, his toes looked amazing. He's now walking around barefoot again. You guys need to try this. I'm telling you, this stuff is different. It's not sold in stores, but go check it out at crystalflush.com. They'll even let you try it risk-free so you have nothing to lose. But whatever you do, don't let it get worse. You don't have to live with this anymore. Go check it out now. Just click over to crystalflush.com.
97.3 ESPN is teamed up with Seize the Deal for incredible weekly offers from some fantastic local restaurants. Here's this week's big deal.
Get a $50 gift card, good for use at Provenza Restaurant and Event Center on Wellington Avenue in Ventnor for just $25.
This great deal is on sale now at SeizeTheDeal.com. Hurry, chances are this deal will sell quickly. For more info on this great deal, go to SeizeTheDeal.com.
SeizeTheDeal.com.
You're listening to the Sports Bash with Mike Gill.
Never thought this radio stunt would catch on so big.
On 97.3 ESPN.
3:30 Sports Bet. No Eagles this week. They're on the bye, but a couple thoughts on the Birds we'll get into. I've got think about this too, by the way. You got Phillies and Mets this weekend at 4, followed by Phillies and Mets on Sunday at 4. You got the Jets playing at 9:30. I think the Giants are at 4. You got the Yankees at 6:30. You're a New York sports talk radio guy today. I don't know how you're keeping track of every game and everything that you got to kind of pay attention to out there. Luckily, the Eagles have a bye week this week. And lucky for them, John, the Phillies, we talked about this a little bit yesterday, but the Phillies can certainly take the heat off the Eagles at least for a month here, a couple of weeks, I guess you could say. But if the Phillies go out early, man, the heat will be turned up probably at a most ridiculous level that we've ever seen if the Phillies get bounced out early in this series against the Mets. Did it get any worse for this team?
Yeah, I don't think it's that bad. I might be the only one. I kind of expected a 2-2 start. Maybe the style points are a little bit worse than expected, but they never matter at the end of the day. I think things lighten up schedule-wise after the break, and obviously the bigger issue is getting AJ and Devontae Lane back. So I don't think it's crazy. I think the craziness stems from the expectations, which was the problem last season. I think, and the Eagles contribute to this. It's not just the fan base, but I think there's this overriding mentality that they're a lot better than everybody else, and they're really not a lot better than everybody else. The NFL is very parity-driven.
Yeah, no, that's
a little bit better.
Yeah,
they're a little bit better because they have better starting lineup and healthy. But this league is very even for the most part.
It is. So that's the big thing. We saw last night the two teams that the Eagles have lost to, Tampa Bay and Atlanta. And I'm like watching this game last night, and that's one of the things that's frustrating is how easy it seems for some of these teams to kind of move the ball and how fluid it looks for a lot of these teams. And that's one of the things with the Eagles offense, not only this year, John, but last year. The fluidity and the ease that some of these teams are able to just move the ball when they do doesn't seem to be there. They need like a broken big play to happen a lot of times.
Well, yeah, but I think, if you look at Atlanta, and that's, for years I talked about Kirk Cousins, high volume throw. When he's on, it's pretty impressive. But, through their first 4 games, everybody was a little bit disappointed. It's not like they're doing that every week. It's the 13th time in the history of the sport that somebody's thrown for 500 yards and 4 touchdowns. So that's like, the NBA analogy. That's like a 60-point game or whatever. It doesn't happen very often. So, yeah, I mean, if you're going to judge it against that one performance, there aren't many guys in this league that can light it up like Kirk Cousins. And it's been that way for a long time, but for whatever reason, and part of the reason, I was texting with a former GM today. I wrote about Jalen Hurts because the comparison was there. Part of the reason is Kirk Cousins performs the job the way you're supposed to. And what he said was, these are NFL players on an NFL field put there by NFL coaches. You saw they won the game when Drake London went out because he got banged out. And he went right to Hodges, guy nobody knows, trusted him, made the throw, and he goes for a touchdown in overtime. Now, does Jalen Hurts trust the players? They're all on the field. Your job is supposed to be in a certain spot. And guess what? If they're on the field, trust them and do what you're supposed to do.
Hey, it's a great thing to bring up. Is that last night it's a byproduct of him trusting the guys that were there, regardless of who it was.
But you see, here's the problem. You brought this up. There's a public perception when you throw an interception that it's your fault. And a lot of guys, and he said most guys, and he said, he's never worked with Jalen. He doesn't know Jalen personally. So he wasn't talking about Jalen. But in his experience, most quarterbacks do not want that heat. And there's certain guys who say, you know what? It's my job, and I'm going to do it, and I don't care what outside people people like me and you that talk about it. Inside the building is who matters in the evaluation. And again, Cousins is a perfect example because around the league, everybody knows that guy can play. But you have all these narratives. Can't win in prime time. Can't do this. Can't do that. But, it's not quarterback versus quarterback. You need a lot to win in this league and a lot to go right. And the point is, if you're the quarterback, just do your job and let the chips fall where they may.
Yeah, well, I guess the byproduct then of I don't want to say not doing your job, it sounds like he completely failed, but of what's holding him back, is it the lack of trust, or is there, he's just, as we kind of hinted at yesterday, that he's got so many different things rattling around his head that he's kind of overwhelmed?
Well, that's part of it. I mean, it's only part of it. I just brought that up because I think it was interesting because of what happened last night. But, the slow decision making is part of it. And if you look at the numbers, in 2021, Jalen Hurts was the slowest quarterback in the league when it came to time to throw per next gen stats. Last season, he was bottom 5. This season, he's second to last. The only outlier is 2022, which happens to be the Super Bowl season, when he was 17th or 18th, somewhere mid-range. So he's never going to be top 10 because he's a mobility-based quarterback. And all schedule stuff is part of his skill set. But he can't be bottom. He can't be last. He can't be second to last. He can't be bottom 5. And right now, he's taking too long to make decisions. And almost every turnover is related to either throwing the football too late or the strip sack where he's trying to, he's trying to do a little bit too much and waiting a little bit too long. So I think that's a big part of it as well.
Yeah, like that's the thing. He's holding the ball so long. Is that on him, or is that just a byproduct of their offense?
Well, 2021 was Nick Sirianni. Then it was Shane Steichen and Brian Johnson. 2023, it was Brian Johnson and Alex Tanning. 2024 is Kellen Moore and Doug Nussmeier. If you want to throw Nick in there, go ahead. We talked about that yesterday. What's the common denominator? It's Jalen Hurts. Doesn't matter who it is. He holds on to the ball. Doug Nussmeier came He made a mistake. He said 2.3. And that's sort of the Mike McCarthy rule. We learned that from Mike McCarthy. That's the average, as they describe it, that goes from basically on schedule to off schedule. So basically, scramble 2.3 plus is when the play breaks down. And Doug probably made a mistake, and Kellen Moore immediately scaled that back because they knew he wasn't going to hit 2.3. And by the way, the leader hit it in the 2. The leader this season so far is Andy Dalton, who's at 2.35. So even he is in it, and that's number one. But the difference between 2.35 and Allen's at, I believe, 3.1, that's enormous. Enormous. And, yeah. Now, number one is Brock Purdy. He's the slowest, 3.14. Number 3 is Sam Darnold, and he's the NFC Offensive Player of the Month. So it doesn't mean you have to fail. But if you think about the offenses they're in, they're Shanahan offenses. They're play action, long developing routes by design. That's how they play.
Well, that's what I was going to ask.
The Eagles don't play that way.
Right.
The Eagles don't play that way.
Because your buddy Seth Joyner had a tweet last night that I thought that you would find interesting. Probably did. He said, "Watch the Falcons utilize the middle of the field, gives you a glimpse of what the Eagles could have exploited, but they want to throw outside and push vertical routes all day. It take too long to develop."
Well, again, they have a quarterback who trusts people who will throw the football over the middle of the field. And he trusts, and by the way, he's willing to take the heat when there are interceptions. Because if you throw the football over the field, over the middle of the field, and the receiver isn't doing what he's supposed to do, guess who's going to get the blame for it? And sometimes it is the quarterback's fault, sometimes it isn't. But it doesn't matter, my point is. The interception against Atlanta was a perfect example. That's on Devontae Smith. But, Jalen gets up. But the point that the GM I was talking to was trying to make, like, you can't listen to that stuff.
Yes, I mean, if you're essentially saying the quarterback's too sensitive for the mistakes he's making, then that's probably a problem, right?
Well, yeah, but I think the vast majority of guys are in that category. Like the vast majority of quarterbacks are in that category. That's what he was trying. That's what he was trying to make. That was the point. And I mean, there's very few, as in less than 10, who don't fit into that category. And I don't know how you fix that.
Well, I'll tell you. I can tell you how you can start to fix it is getting healthy, right? That's the big part.
Well, yeah, I mean, they're so talented on offense, they're going to be good, but they're never going to reach their potential unless they're more trusting of each other, and they play the way they should play. And Seth's talking about throwing over. They never throw in the middle of the field. They're up a little bit this year, but compared to other teams, the quarterback's got more autonomy than he's ever had. He's still late with everything. It's time to look at the quarterback.
Oh, I think that's
right.
Yeah. Well, that's definitely true.
Yeah, and everybody wants to blame the coach, and that's fine. Blame Nick Sirianni, blame Kellen Moore, blame whoever you want. But I'm telling you, it's time to look at the school.
All right, John McMullen on a Friday. Of course, the bye week here. Things a little quiet for the Birds. They'll pick back up. Get ready for a Browns team that has really struggled as well. And you have two struggling. You go to the Browns turned around this week. We'll see what they look like against the Commanders. Of course, we'll have it all on Monday for you as they get ready for Cleveland. All right, bud. Well, have a good weekend. Nice quiet weekend. No Eagles.
Yeah, you got to watch other teams. I encourage all Eagles to watch other teams.
They did last night. They lost 2 teams last night.
Yeah, and you learn a lot about the rest of the league when you watch the other teams play. Like, again, that's happened 13 times in the history of football. So I wouldn't go overboard on the other aspects. Like, we can't be like that. Nobody can be like that. That was a big night. They're not going to be like that consistently.
Well, I don't know. Take what you will from it. That there's 2 teams that beat and they look like 2 competent teams.
Oh, they're good teams, and they're potential playoff teams. Yeah, and this is a parity-driven league, and the Eagles aren't that much better than those 2 teams, as evidenced by the fact they lost to them both.
All right, we'll talk to you Monday.
All right, thanks, Mike.
Sounds back Monday. Breaking news: the Mets have announced their Game 1 starter. We'll tell you who it is coming up next.
The playoffs continue on ESPN Radio.
Out of here! A 3-run go-ahead home run for Pete Alonso.
The New York Mets, fresh off of a wild-card win, go head-to-head with the NLDS champion Philadelphia Phillies. It's Game 1 of the best-of-5.
It's Red October. Phillies playoff baseball. It's the NLDS. Phillies Mets. Tomorrow afternoon on 97.3 ESPN. Coverage begins at 4 p.m.
Go to get your game on at the Gallery Bar Book and Games at Ocean Casino Resort. Cheers your favorite drinks while cheering on your favorite team. Get in on the parlay while in the middle of a party. Go for the sports scene and go for the endless screens. Go to the Gallery. Go to the Fanatic Sportsbook. Go for the win at Ocean Casino Resort. For more information, visit theoceanac.com. Must be 21 or older to wager or consume alcohol. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
The time for holiday hosting is upon us, so make your second bathroom second to none with HomeDepot.com's best savings of the season. Right now, enjoy up to 40% off select online bath. Find the latest on-trend styles of vanities, faucets, showers, tubs, toilets, and more. All at prices that will let your budget relax, right along with you and your beautifully renovated bath. Get up to 40% off select online bath plus free delivery at the Home Depot. Subject to availability, see HomeDepot.com/delivery for details.
Getting quality employees to fill positions in your company is essential, but finding those people can be a major hassle, unless you use ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter makes finding quality people a breeze. And right now you can try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. With ZipRecruiter, one click sends your job to hundreds of top job sites. But more than that, ZipRecruiter's advanced technology identifies the candidates with the skills you need, sends you a list of great matches to review, then actively invites them to apply for your job. And the results speak for themselves. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. That's right, the first day. Now you can focus on your business and let ZipRecruiter do the work finding the best people for you. See for yourself. Experience the ease, efficiency, and power of ZipRecruiter for free. Just go to ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Your luxury BMW experience is closer than you think. Take advantage of exceptional savings at BMW of Atlantic City. Stop in and shop your favorite models, including the new BMW 2 Series, X3, and more. We're sure to have a vehicle that fits your needs. And with Acceleride, purchase your vehicle online and we'll deliver it directly to you. Looking to trade? We'll pay top dollar for your current vehicle. Experience luxury today at BMW of Atlantic City. Closer than you think. In Harbor Township. Shop our complete inventory online at bmwatlanticcity.com.
Our daughter Jessie loves playing detective.
A clue.
But since we discovered she has sensitive skin, we've been playing detective too.
We thought the problem was our puppy.
But it was actually our old detergent.
Aha.
So we switched to Tide Free and Gentle. Tide cleans better than the leading competitive free detergent, and it doesn't leave behind irritating residues.
Plus, Tide Free and Gentle has no dyes or perfumes, so it's gentle on her skin.
Case closed.
If it's got to be clean, it's got to be Tide Free and Gentle.
Is reviewing life insurance on your to-do list? Now's the perfect time to add it. A friend recently told me that securing life insurance sooner rather than later can help you lock in lower rates for years to come. So I bumped this up on my list and got it done. I called SelectQuote and couldn't believe how easy and affordable life insurance is. I'm 40 and got a $500,000 policy for $16 a month. My husband's also 40 and his $500,000 $500,000 policy was only $18 a month. Plus, with SelectQuote's same-day coverage, there was no medical exam required, and we were covered by the time we hung up. Knowing I have this checked off my list feels amazing, but the peace of mind knowing my family is protected feels even better.
Call SelectQuote 1-800-670-5151. That's 1-800-670-5151. Or go to SelectQuote.com to get your free quote today. 1-800-670-5151. Details on example rate at SelectQuote.com.
Got a leaky pipe? At Ace Hardware Home Services, they're around the block with everything you need to fix it, including the person to do the fixing. Got an air conditioning issue? They've got a person for that. Because now they're not just the helpful hardware folks, they're also the helpful home services and repair folks. From plumbing to heating and cooling, they've got the trusted pros to keep your home humming all year long. Ace Hardware Home Services, now in South Jersey. They're bringing helpful home. The helpful you love from the store now to your front door. Visit AceHardwareHomeservices.com to book your next appointment today.
You're listening to the Sports Bash with Mike Gill.
And it just keeps getting better.
On 97.3 ESPN and the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app.
All right, so breaking news for the Mets. How about this? Wow. Game 1 starter has been announced. Going with Senga. Pitched one game all year back in June or July.
It was July.
I know. I had him on my fantasy team. He was hurt to start the year, came back through one game, got hurt in that game, and he has not pitched since. He threw one game this year. But let me tell you, when Kodai Senga is on, he is electric.
I mean, this is the ultimate high-risk, high-reward situation because you're either going to get Senga at his best or ooh.
Senga at his best is Cy Young level.
That's what I'm saying. There's only two scenarios here. You're not getting a mediocre pitcher.
No, and I'm saying when he's at his best, for the people who aren't familiar with him, he has not pitched all that much. I mean, he came over last year. He was very good last year. Pitched 30 games for them, was 13-7 with an ERA of 2.98 or something like that. This year he threw one game, threw 5 innings this year and got hurt. I think he hurt his calf or something. He's really good. I don't even know that it was a thought that Senga would pitch.
I haven't heard his name brought up at all in all the lead up to these series. His name has not been mentioned. Now, I don't listen and follow the Mets daily, but I have not heard his name even brought up by anybody. Like, hey, they could throw Senga in this series. What about that? Because now you throw Senga in the series, it sets up for him to pitch game 1. I would imagine Severino pitches on Sunday, and then you go to Minaya, and now their pitching staff, that changes the dynamics big time. He was not a thought at all. How many people, if you're a Mets fan, how surprised are you?
So it was a calf injury, like you said, Mike, that he suffered back in July. Now, he had been doing some bullpen sessions this week, and according to this report from SNY this was 2 days ago, this SNY report, it says there was a hope that Senga would come back for the postseason at some point.
At some point. Well, you're getting it at this point. Game 1, Senga will pitch against the Phillies at Citizens Bank Park.
Now, the reason why he didn't have these bullpen sessions sooner, Mike, is because at his last rehab start on September 21st, he felt triceps tightness, and they immediately pulled him from the start.
Well, listen, this could go great for them, or it could be a disaster. I mean, he could be rushing it back, trying to get out there too early. But guess what? If he's really good, I think this changed the dynamics of the series because you throw McGill in game 1, and he's giving you 3 or 4 innings. Now, by the way, McGill has pitched really well against the Phillies as well.
He has beaten them earlier this year. That's correct.
He's 3-1 in his career. His numbers are good. I mean, his ERAs are like in the 2s against the Phillies in his career. So McGill's been pretty good against the Phillies, but he's not a guy that's generally going to go 6, 7, 8 innings. You're talking about a guy giving you 3, 4 innings, and then you're going to kind of turn it over to the bullpen, which has kind of been taxed a bit. Now, Senga could be in the same boat, by the way. Senga hasn't pitched since July.
Well, that's where I was going to ask you, Mike, is a situation where do you say, Senga, give me 4 innings, McGill, get ready, you're coming in after that?
Good possibility that that's the back-to-back. So a lot of the questions, and I haven't seen, Rob Thompson spoke a little earlier today. What will the Phillies starting lineup look like against a lefty? Senga is righty, so it means that now Marsh will play in the game. But is it Marsh in center and Hayes in left, or does Rojas get that call? What happens there? Is it even Hayes? Do they end up going with Wilson, or do they end up going with Cody Clemens? Do they give Clemens a shot as a left-handed bat to go up against the right-handed pitcher in Senga? Do they feel like Clemens adds enough? I don't know. I don't know what to think about that.
I will say that Marsh does have a 286 batting average with a 4.44 on base percentage this year against the Mets. So if you could get Marsh in the lineup, he's had a lot of success against them.
Well, I'll tell you, that definitely changes the dynamics of things. We just added another wrinkle to this rivalry as Kodai Senga will start game 1 against Zach Wheeler.
Is Mike Gill taking the under in the game now?
What's the over-under?
The last time I saw it was 7.5. I'm assuming it might have changed a little.
Yeah, I'm interested to see how much that has changed now with this announcement, because before I don't think they obviously did not have a pitcher announced. There was a report yesterday from one of the Met beat writers that they were leaning towards McGill, but now it's going to be Senga. So Senga and Wheeler, game 1. Who do you like? 609-403-0973. 609-403-0973 is the text board.
Already going down half a run.
Okay.
7.
Mets fans, are you surprised that Senga is pitching? Phillies fans, does that change your thoughts at all?
The playoffs continue on ESPN Radio.
Comes set, waist high. 1-2. Swing and a miss, strike 3. The Royals are moving on to the ALDS.
Fresh off of a wild card sweep, the Kansas City Royals head to the Bronx to face the ALDS champion New York Yankees.
Listen to Major League Playoff Baseball on 97.3 ESPN. Game 1 tomorrow night. Coverage begins after Phillies baseball.
Hi, it's Pete from Chickie and Pete's. Wrap up your workday with the all-new Chickies and Pete's Happy Hour with unbeatable specials weekdays from 4 to 6 p.m. Enjoy half-price orders of Chickies medium tender wings, one of our tasty and delicious pizzas, or an order of mouth-watering hot, cold, or fried shrimp. Plus $3 domestic bottled beers, $5 Tito's, and $6 seltzers. It's the all-new Happy Hour, weekdays, 4 to 6 p.m., only at Chickies and Pete's. Hi, it's Pete from Chickie and Pete's. Now, for a limited time, it's buy one, get one free snow crab legs every Tuesday and Wednesday. Buy one, get one free, and enjoy the sweet, delicate flavor of snowy white crab meat. Pair it with one of our handcrafted cocktails like the Stoli Vanilla Creamsicle or the Bourbon Peach Sweet Tea. Top it off with Chickie and Pete's world famous crab fries. Buy one, get one free snow crab legs every Tuesday and Wednesday for a limited time. Restrictions apply only at Chickies and Pete's.
Drivers who switch and save with Progressive could save hundreds, which could be life-changing. I mean, you could put that money towards that zero-turn lawnmower you've always wanted. And after using its edge-shaping technology to meticulously sculpt the face of the Mona Lisa into your grass, you'll become the undisputed king of Saturday morning lawn care, leaving your neighbor and sworn enemy Gary to question his place in the delicate neighborhood ecosystem. And it's all because you could save money switching at Progressive.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates, not available in all states.
Tommy! I can't wait for golf this weekend, huh, buddy? Time flies. Love you, man. Oh, don't forget your knee brace again. We aren't in college anymore.
Moments together matter, so help protect yourself from RSV. If you're 75 or older or 60 plus with a chronic condition like asthma, COPD, heart disease, or severe diabetes, you're at higher risk of landing in the hospital from RSV, and there are no prescription RSV treatments. Check eligibility and schedule your RSV vaccine at vaxassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
The time for holiday hosting is upon us, so make your second bathroom second to none with HomeDepot.com's best savings of the season. Right now, enjoy up to 40% off select online bath. Find the latest on-trend styles of vanities, faucets, showers, tubs, toilets, and more. All at prices that will let your budget relax right along with you and your beautifully renovated bath. Get up to 40% off select online bath plus free delivery at the Home Depot. Subject to availability, see HomeDepot.com/delivery for details.
It's common knowledge that after age 30, our metabolism changes. We have less energy and gain weight easier. There's a way to feel better, not in years or months, but sometimes in just days.
I'm Chuck Norris. I tried everything. Working with a team of health experts, we came up with Morning Kick. Morning Kick is a revolutionary new formula that combines all my favorite supplements into one daily drink.
Morning Kick has probiotics to help you lose weight, prebiotics for digestion, superfoods for muscles and joints, and powerful anti-aging supplements. Fitness. It'll help you feel youthful, energized, and helps manage stress.
I look and feel better than I have in years.
Go to roundhouseprovisions.com, use code SUPPORT, or text SUPPORT to 511-511 and claim 40% off. roundhouseprovisions.com, code SUPPORT.
Every purchase comes with our 90-day money-back guarantee. You could be feeling these changes within just a couple of days.
Text SUPPORT to 511-511.
These statements have not been evaluated by the FDA. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease. Tax fees may apply.
Your business is your passion. It's a huge reason you get out of bed every day. But if you have a bigger vision for your business, it's time to make the experts at Town Square Media a part of your team. Why? Because at Town Square Media, they have the most advanced advertising tools to help your business finish 2024 strong and increase your sales all throughout next year. Now is the time to turn to Town Square Media. For one day only, you can enjoy deep advertising discounts on their top stations. You know the ones your potential customers listen to every single day? And they don't do just radio. They have amazing digital tactics to help maximize your reach and target your exact customers. If you're thinking bigger for your business, then it's time to think Town Square Media. Take action and go to townsquaresouthjersey.com to request information on their customer appreciation sale. That's townsquaresouthjersey.com.
Home of the Philadelphia Eagles.
Hey, son of a gun!
Sixers.
Bang! It's good! Ball game!
And Flyers.
Tipped in front of the net!
97.3 ESPN. WENJ. WENJ HD. Millville, Atlantic City. A Town Square media station serving all of South Jersey. 97.3 ESPN presents The Sports Bash with Mike Gill. It's time for Football at 4 with Adam Kaplan. Powered by the Inside the Birds podcast.
I give my heart and soul to this franchise, as so many of us do.
Now live, this is Football at 4.
Football at 4, powered by the Inside the Birds podcast. It's brought to you by Bet365. Whatever the sport, whatever the moment, it's never ordinary at Bet365. The Inside the Birds podcast you can get on all podcasting platforms. And, of course, their YouTube channel. Just search Inside the Birds. They have a bye week this week, the guys at Inside the Birds. So what are we looking at on the bye week? Well, what can this team get from their younger players? We'll take a look at some of the rookies, the draft class, and some of the moves that maybe they could make to help this team out moving forward. Are there any guys in this group here, Adam Kaplan, that could help this team? Some of them, a lot of people wondering, all right, what have they done so far? Quinyon Mitchell, the first-round pick, been pretty solid, but we'll look at this group of drafted players and see what they can give this team coming out of the bye week. Adam Kaplan, how are you?
Mike, I'm well. Yeah, no, we had a big show today. In fact, we don't take any time off. We had well over an hour show. In fact, what we did today was, and we have another show coming on Monday, which is going to be the self-scout on what the Eagles need to do going forward, which is a lot on defense in particular. But what we did today is partially what we're going to do with you right now. We delve into the rookie class, who's contributing, who's not, what we heard about the roles were going to be when they were drafted, what they are now. And then we also, Mike, we look at every single transaction that they had in the offseason, and we go through it, what the thought process was, why they signed the player, what the contract looked like, why it's not working out, why it is working out, and what needs to happen going further. So we took an examination really today of their whole roster.
Yeah, well, their whole roster has a lot of questions, especially on the defensive side of the ball, where their top 3 draft choices were on defense. Quinyon Mitchell, let's get your overview of what he's been through the first 4. I mean, there was some thoughts. Was he the right guy? You had Terrion Arnold. We got to see him the other night on Monday Night Football. Had a rough night at the office. He had plenty of penalties. But Mitchell, give us your thoughts on his first 4 games as a pro.
Yeah, so Mike, we had said as soon as he was drafted, he'll start week 1. I know people thought we were out of our mind. We said it's very simple. If he knows what he's doing, he's starting week 1. There would never be any debate, argument, discussion. Internally, they were like, this is the guy. He's going to start for us as long as you know what he was doing. Vic Fangio started him on the 3rd team. People overreacted. We said it means absolutely nothing. Let's see what happens at the end of training camp. And by the way, he was running one of the ones very early in camp. But then you have the DeJean injury where DeJean was going to line up at nickel. He had the hamstring injury, so that kind of, and we'll talk about him in a couple minutes, that cut down his progress. And then they had to make a decision what to do with Mitchell, where they're going to line up at inside or outside. And by the way, he did both in training camp. And in the end, Mike, Mitchell looked really good. Is he perfect? No. There's no perfect rookie. He's ahead of schedule. The one issue that he has is playing in man coverage. This was an issue for him at Toledo. He never really did it, and now he's having to do it in the pros, and it's certainly a work in progress.
All right. Yeah, I think Mitchell's been pretty impressive. He's shown some cockiness, too. I mean, and he's been able to back it up. I mean, he's been a guy that so far you feel good about. You feel good about that draft choice. Cooper DeJean, I guess he's been more impactful, or not as very impactful, as a punt returner. Some no fault of his own there. But will we start to see his role expand, and do we know how they're going to end up using him? That was a big topic of conversation when he got drafted.
Yeah, Mike, we're fully expecting that he's going to play nickel soon. Whether he's going to be the full-time nickel or cut into Maddox's snaps is going to happen. And now the other thing, Mike, you're going to see with him, they could call him a nickel all they want, but they're going to play what we call big nickel, 3 safeties. You'll probably see him doing that. But the one thing you're going to see at some point is you're going to start covering tight ends. You saw Cade Otton have some success last week. Their linebackers don't cover very well, and he's got good size, DeJean. He's in the 6-foot range. He's got 3 inches plus on Maddox, and he's a better athlete. He's got positional versatility. This guy's going to be a really good player for them. You just got to understand, Mike. He came back from the broken leg that he suffered last November, I believe it was. Then he has this hamstring injury, Mike, that kind of came out of nowhere while he was working out before he got to training camp. So it kind of stunted his progress a little bit, but we're excited to see him going forward.
Yeah, I know, Cooper DeJean has not been a big impact on the defensive side of the ball. This defense has not been very good. Maybe he's a guy that can help give this defense a little bit different look, a little different feel to it. This team needs edge rushing. They need pass rush. They took a guy in the 3rd round. Can he help them out?
Well, all right. Jalen Hunt, Mike, is sort of a fascinating project for the Eagles. They knew that the first 2 years he probably wouldn't contribute very much. First year, maybe not at all. Now, he did see 5 snaps on defense for his first snaps on defense, quite frankly, as a rookie last week. 5 snaps. They're not impactful, but now he knows what it looks like. And again, with the depth, which is terrible for the Eagles at edge rush. I mean, it's other than BG, they're not getting anything out of it. It's depth is not about numbers; it's about production. They're just not getting it. Arguably, the NFL's worst edge rush group when it comes to production. Like that's kind of where they're at. So we think they're going to sprinkle him in. He's a willing learner, pretty sharp kid, from what we understand. Had a very odd late growth spurt around 19 years old, Mike, which is kind of crazy. You don't really see that. But because he grew so much, he decided, and smartly, that he needed to go somewhere to be an edge rusher, and it really paid off for him. As we reported at the time, we noted this a couple months ago, that we had heard that some of the coaches on other teams were lobbying their GMs to draft this guy. But it's not about year 1 with him, Mike, not probably about year 2. It's about year 3, which is the projection for him to be a factor.
Yeah. Well, obviously, I don't know that a lot of people have the expectation that he's going to come in there and do much, but hey, there is an option there. It's Jalen Hunt, the 3rd round pick. Then you get into a bunch of guys who have made small impacts, if any, and we'll see if they can help this team as they come out of the bye. Obviously, the running back spot has not been a problem. Will Shipley, though, what kind of role has he had, and what kind of role can he have to help this offense a bit?
Mike, this has been strange. So he had the 4 motion plays in week 1 against Green Bay. Certainly had some impact. I think he was on the field when Barkley scored his touchdown in week 1. I think the touchdown catch we're talking about. Nevertheless, then last week he had 1 snap. Then they took him out. He never played another snap on offense. Now he has been back on kickoff return. What we were assuming, and it certainly could happen because they need to do it. Because you could see the difference in the both of them in training camp. Shipley's more explosive than Gainwell. What could happen is Shipley could start cutting into Gainwell's role. That certainly could happen. Doesn't mean he's going to take it this year, but in the future, as we said months ago, that remember Gainwell's in the final year of his rookie deal, and if Shipley does well, he certainly could take his job in 2025. But we're not there yet.
Talking with Adam Kaplan, football at 4. Looking at the Eagles at the bye with the rookie class. Can they help this team in the second half? Anais Smith is a guy, wide receiver. They could use some help there, obviously, but he has been hurt. But if he comes back, is he a guy that can give this team a little bit of life in that slot spot or even somewhere else? But this whole receiving core has been out.
Yeah, Anais Smith, Mike, when you look at his ability, he is a slot receiver and punt returner. He's got really good size, by the way, to be a slot receiver. He's really powerfully built, and also he did some gadget stuff. Texas A&M. He's got talent. He had a real drops problem the first couple weeks and started to cure it. Then he had this mysterious foot injury. I'm sorry, it's another. It's not related to the old one, I thought, from what I understand. Remember, he had a stress fracture, but something happened to him late in August, and their hope is that he'll be back for the second half. And now we should mention Britton Covey was going to be their slot receiver. He did a very good job before he broke his shoulder blade. He won't be back till the second half of the season. So they'll have some decisions to make, around week 10, week 11. Oh, by the way, speaking of that, they don't play a team with a winning schedule until week 11 when they play Washington. At least right now, of course, the way the records are of these teams that are coming up.
Well, I guess one of the questions with that is because, the Eagles, yes, their receiving core has been hurt. But we've seen a lot of teams that have guys that, have virtually come out of nowhere and been productive wide receivers for them. It seems that the Eagles just cannot find these guys that, unless you're Devontae Smith, first-round pick, A.J. Brown, for big-time wide receiver, they're not developing guys that can contribute it in any way other than their top two.
It's funny you say that because that was the subject of today's show where the Eagles have done. It's not just development, Mike. Just look, when your two starters are hurt, obviously it's going to be a major downgrade to anyone you go to because you're talking about A.J. Brown, top 3 receiver, Devontae Smith, somewhere in top 10, top 12. But could you get someone maybe in the 40s, 50s? Okay, maybe that's a little bit of a stretch. Maybe in the 60s or 70s of the league, if you looked at the receiver cores in the National Football League, could you just not be at such a major downgrade? And the thing that surprised us was, Mike, so the Texans cut Noah Brown, who was with Kellen Moore in Dallas. Washington signs them for the veteran minimum right before the season started. Why couldn't the Eagles sign him? Mm-hmm. By the way, he's got better size than John Dotson. Wouldn't cost them anything. I just didn't understand that. That was not good planning on the Eagles. That's one thing they're going to have to look at next year is not, on your point, developing backup receivers, but signing better quality backups. That has got to be a priority for Howie Roseman and his front office.
Well, and they've done a lot of this. They've drafted a bunch of guys, Watkins and Hightower and a bunch of them, and they've all flamed out. I know a lot of them are 5th and 6th rounders, so what are you expecting? But, there's a lot of guys around the league that no one's ever – who's the guy who scored the touchdown last night? Where'd he come from, right? I mean, not that
Kadar Hodge. Yeah, he came from Cleveland, Yeah, boy, the acceleration that he had. But you're right, Mike. Look, they do a great job of developing these unknown offensive linemen. Look, Aaron Moorhead's a guy that was a holdover from the previous staff. He's got to do a better job of developing these backup receivers. Yeah, Mike, I think it's fair. I don't think there's any question about it. Player development, and what we heard when Sirianni, by the way, was hired, Mike, is one of the things the front office liked was that he put a emphasis on player development. And, they have that period after practice where the players get extra practice time. That's great. But how about when you're actually practicing with a team? How about getting these guys better? And that's the thing.
All right, Adam, a couple more. See if any of these guys. So there's a spot. Linebacker. I don't know what you think of the linebackers so far, but Jeremiah Trotter, we had good reports about him in camp. Is they going to get to a point where they feel more comfortable with him than one of the two guys that are in there?
Yeah, so right now, Mike, he's more or less, depending on which week it is, their 4th or 5th inside linebacker. You only play 4, Mike. Teams don't play in an odd man front that they run. You have 2 inside backers that play a lot. They take up almost all the snaps. The 3rd guy will sub out. The 4th guy will play a little bit, and that's it. You don't go to 5th or 6th guy. So Trot Jr. right now doesn't figure into it. However, if N'Kobe D did not play well last week, we're being nice about it. If he doesn't start playing better, he needs to play better. He was really good against the Saints last week, not good. He had another game which was not good against Atlanta. He's got to play more consistent football. So, we'll talk more about potential changes next week. That's one that Vic Fangio and his group could look at. Their tackling, Mike, overall, as we know, has been awful. They may be the NFL's worst tackling team. And I know these things, as we've been told over the years, these things usually get cleaned up and even out. but they got so many problems, Mike, on defense. Tackling is kind of chief among them.
Yeah, their tackling's been a big-time problem. Linebackers have been, other than Baun in that first game, they've been kind of non-existent. Keegan, Johnny Wilson, and Dylan McMahon, who got cut. So really, Keegan, he's kind of a backup guy way down the line. Johnny Wilson, though, 4 games, hasn't had much of an impact. Although the 1 9-yard catch he had, I thought he did a good job on.
He did. He turned upfield. But, look, he's a tall guy, just under 6'7". He doesn't move very well. He's actually a really good blocker at the perimeter. He does a good job of walling off. He takes pride in it, very clear that that's something to feel good about if you're the Eagles. But they didn't sign him they didn't draft him to be a backup receiver, not a blocking receiver. They drafted him to be a wide receiver. And with the injury problem that they've had, Mike, their hope was that he'd be more of a factor as a receiver. Now, I know some people have suggested to us, well, maybe Hurts doesn't trust them. I can't answer that. Only Jalen can. I mean, heck, he doesn't seem to trust any of the backup receivers, quite frankly.
Well, I'll tell you what, that was the story of last night. His cousins, London goes out, and the guy Hodge comes in, and he has the trust to zip it to him.
Mm-hmm.
You know?
That's true. I look, it's fair. We don't go into conspiracy theories at all, but we look at our comments on our YouTube channel. Everybody, there are a lot of people piling on Hurts, and some of it's just not fair and over the top. But there's some stuff. Look, there's some stuff that's valid. The processing's been an issue. We've outlined this with video. We've shown people we just let the tape speak for it. We explain what the tape looks like. Watch our shows with Greg Cosell this week. They're on YouTube. You can watch it or you can listen to it on a pod version. If you're also, by the way, if you subscribe to our Patreon, if you want to be a member, you get to talk with Greg every Tuesday at 8 p.m. By the way, the members kind of run it. We turn it over to them. They ask Greg questions. He answers it. He loves it. And they learn so much about football. And Mosher drops some tape in there while we're doing it. It's actually really cool. So that's patreon.com/InsideTheBirds if you want to join. And also, we do every Wednesday night, Jeff and I and Andrew DeCecco comes in occasionally. We do that at 8 o'clock, and we get after it. We give them a lot of exclusive stuff we don't put on our pods. It's cool, Mike. We're doing everything we can to educate people. Some people they're going to feel the way they're going to feel, and that's fine. We just give you enough information that you can make a decision on your own.
All right, well, check that out on all the Inside the Birds platforms, their Patreon, their YouTube, and, of course, their podcast, Inside the Birds, on all podcasting platforms, and right here on Football at 4. Adam Kaplan, everybody. Take care, bud.
Thank you.
All right, there's Adam Kaplan here on Football at 4 as the sports bet rolls on. So the Phillies have announced their first 3 starters now. It will be Wheeler in Game 1. It will be Sanchez in Game 2. And it will be Nola in Game 3. Bob Thompson announced that today. The Mets have announced their first 3 starters. It will be Kodai Senga in Game 1, Luis Severino in Game 2, and lefty Sean Manaea will pitch in Game 3. That's the pitching matchups. Knicks Nuggets are on the way. Nick Earnshaw will join us. By the way, this hour of the show is brought to you by Jersey Cow, a great place for the family to hang out and eat ice cream. Jersey Cow is homemade, small batch right here in South Jersey. They got 2 locations, Northfield, Brigantine, with all the fall flavors. They're open daily, year-round, from noon to 10. Ice cream is a year-round thing at Jersey Cow. We're your home for Phillies playoff baseball, 97.3 ESPN. By the way, Senga's pitched 1 game this year. Remember the last time a frontline starter came into Philly and pitched on short rests or after being hurt? Wasn't that Strider's problem? Oh, yeah, Spencer Strider. He didn't pitch very well in that game. The crowd will be interesting tomorrow. Is the crowd aware that Senga hasn't pitched all year? Will they be on him from the first moment of that game? I can't even fathom the atmosphere tomorrow at Citizens Bank Park. By the way, I'm disappointed in today's listeners. I haven't got enough of where people are watching the game. Where's the spot to go? You know why?
because I might have to change my plan.
Oh.
Yeah. So we were originally going to go to Delaware, and we still might do that. The problem is the ferry schedule. Getting us home on Sunday is not ideal.
You mentioned yesterday about the schedule coming back is a pretty poor time.
I didn't realize they had like this breast cancer awareness walk, which is a great cause, but there's like 5,000 people signed up for this thing. So a lot of the Airbnbs and the hotels down there are all kind of taken. And that, I guess, has jammed up the ferries. So the ferry schedule is, I think the earliest ferry is like 3 or 4 o'clock in the afternoon, which is right when the Phillies play. So if we got to figure out, so I might have to divert my plans. So I'd like to see where the people are going to watch the game tomorrow.
I'm curious. This is kind of like a bro question. This is less of like a Josh analytical question. So, like, do you have to go to Delaware this weekend?
I said I'd change my plans.
But I mean, like,
were you not listening to me?
Listen, if I just asking if I'm listening.
Do I have to go there? No, I could. I just said.
Why did you go with like an event?
No, we were going just because it was something different to do. So I don't have to go, which is why I said we may be changing our plans because we weren't aware that it was so busy down there this weekend and the ferry schedule. So no, we had no specific reason other than, hey, let's do something different. We'll go watch with the people of Delaware. There's Phillies fans down there.
Well, you've been doing a lot of different events. You and the lady have been doing a lot of different things over the weekend. So I wasn't sure if it was like an event you were going to.
No reason other than just different atmosphere, checking it out. We've been wanting to go to this place down there, and a lot of people have been telling us we got to go check it out. So we're going to do that this weekend, but because of the logistics, we may change course. So, where's the place to watch? Now, we've been getting some good answers during the week, but today I was hoping for the listeners to be excited and pumped up and just flood us.
Were you looking for someone to maybe like you got all these recommendations, or you looking for that one person
push me over the top,
push you over, and be like, hey, Mike, let me tell you something. I'm going to this place. You should come join me. You're looking for that type.
It's a place that will have the sound on and a good crowd. That's what I want to know. 609-403-0973. Nick's Nuggets. Maybe Nuggets has the answers.
Didn't Nuggets say he doesn't like to go around people watching it?
Goes to the game with 45,000 people.
I think he said he doesn't like to go out to like a bar and watch it.
We'll find out.
When you need the best Phillies coverage, there's only one place to get it.
3-1. This one hammered left field and deep. Watching it go is Kelnick home run. JT Realmuto.
The Sports Bash with Mike Gill on 97.3 ESPN.
Hey, Birds fans, it's about that time. Football season is back, and Boardwalk Honda is giving you the chance to score big. Stop in and take advantage of game-changing savings all month long. Shop our lineup of new pre-owned and certified pre-owned Hondas. We have something for everyone, and credit problems are no problem with over 25 financial lenders to get you approved and on the road to victory. Visit us in Egg Harbor Township or online at boardwalkhonda.com. And remember, from Maine to Miami, nobody beats a Boardwalk deal.
Tommy! I can't wait for golf this weekend, huh, buddy? Time flies. Love you, man. Oh, don't forget your knee brace again. We aren't in college anymore.
Moments together matter, so help protect yourself from RSV. If you're 75 or older or 60 plus with a chronic condition like asthma, COPD, heart disease, or severe diabetes, you're at higher risk of landing in the hospital from RSV, and there are no prescription RSV treatments. Check eligibility and schedule your RSV vaccine at vaxassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
The holidays are here, and the Home Depot has everything you need to stay connected with smart home upgrades. Whether you're keeping an eye out for the big guy or keeping an eye on your family, the Home Depot has you covered with great tech, like the Ring Indoor Camera 2-pack with advanced motion detection, two-way talk, and color night vision. Plus, get your smart home devices the smart way with free delivery. Get holiday ready with seasonal savings happening now at the Home Depot. Subject to availability, see homedepot.com/delivery for details.
As a mom, comforting my family is what I do best. Vicks Vapor Stick provides soothing, non-medicated Vicks Vapors in an easy-to-apply stick. And it dries fast, so there's no mess. I use it to comfort myself and my family.
Thanks, Mom.
Vicks VapoStick, soothing comfort for the whole family. And when you need more comfort for yourself, try Vicks Vapo Shower Max for steamy Vicks Vapors. Use as directed. VapoStick for use ages 4 and up. Vapo Shower Max used for adults only.
Some people just know they could save hundreds on car insurance by checking Allstate first. Like, to check you have a full tank of gas first before road tripping through the desert.
Empty? Seriously? Maybe I can walk.
Yeah, checking first is smart. So check Allstate first for a quote that could save you hundreds.
Maybe I can't.
You're in good hands with Allstate.
Savings vary. Terms apply. Allstate Fire and Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
Cafe Lauren thanks our troops and veterans for everything they've done so fearlessly for us. Send letters and packages from home and offer a veteran a discount on your local product or service. It will be greatly appreciated. This reminder courtesy of Cafe Lauren at 2288 Dune Drive in Avalon, where they invite you in for fine dining in a great atmosphere. Stop by soon or call ahead at 609-967-8228. Visit online at cafelauren.com.
This is the Town Square, New Jersey Info and Weather Network.
Progressive Insurance presents the Sports Flash on 97.3 ESPN. Major League Baseball, the Phillies will take on the New York Mets in the National League Divisional Series after the Mets beat Milwaukee on Thursday night 4-2 to advance out of the wild card round. Pete Alonso with a 3-run home run in the ninth to give the Mets the lead for good. New York scoring all 4 of their runs in the ninth. The Phillies-Mets regular season series was close this year, Philadelphia going 7-6 against their division rivals. NFL, the Philadelphia Eagles are on a bye week. They return on October 13th to take on the Cleveland Browns at the Link. The Eagles are 2-2 and need some time to heal up as wide receiver A.J. Brown is dealing with a hamstring injury and receiver Devontae Smith suffered a concussion. Both missed last week's game with Tampa Bay. NHL, the Flyers wrapped up their preseason schedule Thursday night, beating the New Jersey Devils 5-4. They will open up the regular season in 1 week on the road against Vancouver. I'm Tony Desiri, and that's your Sports Flash on 97.3 ESPN.
New Jersey might be small, but there's a lot of wow packed into this little state. We got your down at the beach wows, your top of the mountain wows, your show-stopping wows, your cork-popping wows. New Jersey, it's one wow after another after another. Find your wow at visitnj.org. New Jersey, little state, lot of wow.
We are cruising into the weekend with some very nice weather here in South Jersey. Good afternoon with your South Jersey weather. I'm Joe Kelly. We're going to see partly cloudy sky tonight across the region. A slight chance of a little rain, a low of 58. That rain will be gone by tomorrow. Sunshine tomorrow with a high of 78. Sunday looks good, sunny with a high of 74. As of right now, in the next week or so, the only possibility of some rain is maybe early Monday morning. That's your South Jersey weather forecast. Enjoy your weekend. I'm Joe Kelly.
Your business is your passion. It's a huge reason you get out of bed every day. But if you have a bigger vision for your business, it's time to make the experts at Town Square Media a part of your team. Why? Because at Town Square Media, they have the most advanced advertising tools to help your business finish 2024 strong and increase your sales all throughout next year. Now is the time to turn to Town Square Media. For 1 day only, you can enjoy deep advertising discounts on their top stations. You know the ones your potential customers listen to every single day? And they don't do just radio. They have amazing digital tactics to help maximize your reach and target your exact customers. If you're thinking bigger for your business, then it's time to think Town Square Media. Take action and go to townsquaresouthjersey.com to request information on their customer appreciation sale. That's townsquaresouthjersey.com.
We have the perfect solution for sitting in traffic.
You come with me.
The Sports Bash with Mike Gill on 97.3 ESPN and the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app.
At 427 Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN, the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app. Live video on the X platform at Mike Gill Show. YouTube at Mike Gill Show. Subscribe. So a little bit of breaking news earlier. Kodai Senga will start for the Mets. He scored one game this year. One. He will start game one. There'll be a second game that he pitches the entire season. Nick's Nuggets are brought to you by the original Piccalilli Inn. Visit them on Facebook or at Piccalilli.com for their pick game specials. And be sure to pre-order to guarantee your spot Sunday's lineup. Nobody beats Piccalilli Route 206 in Chemung. Now, what game was better last night? You watched the Mets come back in the ninth, and then I flipped over to Prime and watched the Falcons find a way to win that game. I don't know which game was better. Nick Earnshaw's here with Nick's Nuggets here on the Sports Match Live on 97.3 ESPN. What an epic night last night. It set up perfectly. It set up perfectly at the game. Baseball, nothing better than playoff baseball. Great ending. That was an unbelievable comeback by the Falcons. They did it again. They went 34 to, what was it, 34, 30. What the heck was the score last night? 36-30, because they didn't kick the extra point.
What's going on, Mike? Nice to see you once again. I mean, last night was incredible. It was incredible last night. I mean, the amount of great games in baseball. You had 7 o'clock. All right, get to watch the end of that game. It was a snoozer all the way up until the late in that game. It was 2-0. All right, the Mets are probably out. And boom, Pete Alonso hits the big home run. And it was incredible. I mean, I've never seen anything like that. That energy in Citi Field, I can't even lie. It was pretty nuts to see that.
That wasn't Citi Field. That was in New York.
When they showed Citi Field is what I'm saying. They showed Citi Field.
When they showed. I was going to say, the game was in Milwaukee.
Crazy. That it looked like when Bryce Harper hit the home run at Citizens Bank Park. I mean, that's baseball for you. That's playoff baseball.
They just said they just announced that they're going to be opening up Citi Field again tomorrow. $10 tickets, and they're going to have the game on at Citi Field that you can go and watch.
Well, I hate to say it, but that might be a waste of $10. You know, they had their fun last night. Whatever. I'm just saying, Kodai Senga, Mike. I mean, this guy, he's starting his second game of the year for the Mets. Nugget number one. We got to talk about the Mets, and Kodai Senga heading into game one. This is a guy who's been in the major leagues for 2 years. He had a pretty good year last year. Was an all-star, 12-7 with 2.98 ERA. This year only had the one start. It was actually on my birthday against the Atlanta Braves on July 26th. So he's coming off the injury. He pitched a bullpen through 25 pitches on Monday. And, I'm curious to see how long they go with Senga in this game. Do they want to ride him for 3, 4, 5 innings? Or is he going to go 1-2? You bring in Peterson, because David Peterson, who we probably thought was going to start this game, for the most part, it was like it made the most sense. You didn't think Kodai Senga was going to start heading into last night. You probably might see David Peterson for a couple innings tomorrow. So I'm curious to see how long they go with Senga. And according to Jeff Passan, he was asked about this today, and he said, if they say 10 pitches, I'm all in for 10 pitches. If they say 200, I'm in for 200. So I guess they'll wait and see and feel the game out with where it's at.
This to me is a game changer. Senga's awesome. When he's on, he's awesome. He is top 3 in the league in terms of swing and miss, throwing stuff out of the zone. What do the Phillies have constant problems with? Chasing out of the zone. He's one of those pitchers who effectively doesn't throw strikes. He throws pitches that are out of the zone but are too good to lay off of. This guy, if he's on now, he has not pitched the entire season, save for 5 innings. I don't know that he's going to be crisp or come on, but man, how many times have we seen the Phillies pitch against a guy they haven't seen ever, and they just struggle against a guy who's like a minor leaguer? This isn't a minor leaguer. This guy would have been in the Cy Young conversation if he's healthy. I think it's a total game changer. They were talking about pitching McGill in this game. That was a report last night. Anthony DiComo, who covers the Mets for MLB.com, reported that they were leaning towards McGill, who has been very good against the Phillies, by the way. Not Senga good. This is a game changer, because now you get Senga, and if he keeps you in this game, here's my fear, is that Wheeler pitches well, but the game's nothing in like the 7th or 8th inning, and you've got to now turn it over, and then who knows? And then they've got Severino, so they go back to the top of their rotation. Yeah. So this set up really well, but I'll tell you what, if Senga was here all year, he probably would have been their number one and would have been their top guy anyway. So this almost set up perfectly for the Mets.
I disagree a little bit, because he hasn't pitched in months. He's pitched one time within the past year. The Phillies saw him twice in 2023. They saw him on May 30th, 2023. Senga went 7 innings, gave up 1 hit, no earned runs in that ball game. So the Mets won that game. They also saw him in 2023 a second time in June of that year. The Phillies got to him 5 1/3. They scored 4 runs, 2 earned, had 5 hits, and he gave up 3 walks in the 2 times he saw him the previous year, his first season in the big league. So the Phillies have moderate success. They haven't seen him a ton. It's only been twice in his career he's faced the Phillies, but he's coming into an environment at Citizens Bank Park in October. That's a heck of a start to have your second start of the year, to come in to this ballpark with that fan base. We saw what happened to Spencer Strider when that happened a few years ago, right? Coming off the injury, and he just fell apart. So that I'm curious to see. But the thing is, I don't know how long he's going to go. Hey, I don't know if he goes 7 innings tomorrow.
Nobody does.
That's what I mean. Like, he might only go a couple innings, and they might have to worry about it.
Hey, listen, the fact that he hasn't pitched, it makes this a complete unknown. We have no idea what this guy's going to come out and look like. I will counter your Strider, because I brought that up. Look, Strider had a long layoff. He's awesome. He came in and he just didn't have it. But I would say, you said, oh, what's it going to look like at Citizens Bank Park? It could look like Brandon Pfaadt did, undeterred by the crowd there. I don't know we just haven't seen enough of Senga. He just has, he has not enough track record. He has pitched very well against the Phillies, and I think Senga's awesome. I mean, to me, this is a terrible, terrible situation.
I don't think it's a terrible situation at all. He's an unknown right now. He's a great pitcher. I'm not taking anything. He's a fantastic pitcher. He was great in Japan. He was great last year. He's a complete unknown. You have no idea what you're going to get out of him. He's been in Florida all year pitching. He threw a bullpen on Monday. You don't know how much he's going to be able to pitch till he starts falling apart. Like, he hasn't been able to ramp up that much. I mean, throwing down in Florida, what does that mean? I mean, seriously. So I think this is a good thing for the Phillies, because he's probably not going to go deep into the ball game.
No idea.
And he, you don't know what you're going to get out of him.
No idea. Look, he could throw 3 scoreless innings and they could pull him. But guess what? That means that he is something that this team now has that they did not have. Nobody had any thought that this guy was going to pitch in this series at all. His name was not brought up. I think Mets fans are a little surprised. Like, maybe, he could have came back if they made a deep run. He's pitching game 1 now of this division series. I think it's a big difference, because you're saying, you're not worried because of the unknown. I'm saying, no. I would be worried because of the unknown. And it's not like they're bringing up some kid. No, this guy is legit. He's a legit ace of a staff. And, we haven't seen him pitch all year, but I'm sure they wouldn't be pitching him if he wasn't ready to go. He could have been on the precipice of coming back, and maybe they were just kind of holding him off for a moment like this.
True, but, the Mets are playing with house money. They have nothing to lose at this point. So why not throw him out there, right? Right now, I mean, if you're the Mets, you have nothing to lose.
It's a perfect situation. It's a perfect situation to use him. They didn't really have a clear-cut option. So you know what? Let's go with the best option we have, and he could be – look, everybody else has been pitching. They're tired. They've been traveling here, there, everywhere. They haven't had a home game since before September 22nd. Was the last time I think they played at home. So guess what? This guy has been just relaxing, taking it easy. Hey, when everyone else on this team is a little taxed and tired, we got a fresh arm that hasn't pitched since July, ready to go.
Yeah, it's fascinating. I couldn't believe that. I looked down at my phone. I saw my phone blowing up. People text me, Senga's pitching. That was shocking that they came down with that today. That's a heck of a matchup, though. If you're a baseball junkie and a baseball fan, Wheeler versus Senga, Mets, Phillies. Oh, there's nothing better. All right, moving along to nugget number 2. We got to talk about Zach Wheeler for tomorrow's game. Mike, I don't know if you saw this floating around social media. It started circulating again because the Phillies are playing the Mets. That is Zach Wheeler's former team, former employer up there in New York. And I don't know if you remember the story that when he had Tommy John, he missed the 2015 year, that the Mets forced Zach Wheeler to pay for tickets to watch the own team he was employed by while he was hurt. He wasn't allowed to hang out with them. They made him pay for tickets, and Zach Wheeler never forgot that. So he is playing for something against his former team. That adds a little juice behind wheels tomorrow.
Never heard of a story quite like this. I mean, are you kidding me? You made the guy pay for his own tickets. I'm sure it's happened in other situations, but Look, Zach Wheeler's been out of New York for long enough. Now, I get it. They're playing in the playoffs, which has never happened before. So he's far enough removed of, like, I was thinking about that today. Like, the fact that he was a Met and they let him kind of go and he's turned into, because I said this many times, like, when you signed Zach Wheeler as a free agent, I don't think anybody thought you were getting this guy.
No.
Nobody thought you were signing a Cy Young candidate, a number one lockdown ace. When you signed Zach Wheeler, that's not what you thought you were getting, Phillies fans. I can't imagine there's a Phillies fan that said, oh, my God, we just got the best pitcher in baseball potentially. No, nobody thought that. So the whole, like, him as a Met, I don't know that it was like, it's not as high profile as it would seem as like a guy pitching against his former team.
I think because of this story, it has something, right? Like, he was hurt. He was kind of the odd man out of that rotation, with DeGrom, Harvey, all those guys, Noah Syndergaard. Like, because he was hurt that season, the fact they made him pay, that adds a little something. And he said he didn't forget that. Like, he did not forget the Mets did that.
Listen,
so
my worry's not with Wheeler's performance tomorrow. That's not what I'm worried about.
I know what your worry is. I
think Wheeler will be fine tomorrow. I don't see Wheeler getting chased from the game down 5-0 after 4 innings. That's not my concern.
Yeah, I know what your concern is. It's the bats. The bats are your concern tomorrow against Senga and whatever other pitcher comes in for the Mets tomorrow. I mean, they got to hit. If the Phillies don't hit, I mean, it's over. And there's no shot that the Phillies win this series. If the bats fall flat, they do what happened. What happened last year is replicated once again. I mean, they have no shot if that's the case. And what happened during the middle of the season this year, if they don't hit, they have no shot. But they do hit. I think they have the pitching. They're strong enough. The talent level is there. The bullpen's good enough that they can move on from this series. So, but with Wheels, it's a big game for him tomorrow for sure. And going back to your point about him signing as a free agent, yeah, I remember when he signed. It was like, oh, he's a really good pitcher. I didn't think you were going to get best pitcher in baseball type of level because you were concerned about the injury history. That was part of it. You didn't think you were going to get the best player, best pitcher, Cy Young level performances that you've gotten out of Zach Wheeler as he signed here. I mean, the Phillies really hit the jackpot with him.
No doubt. I think it was one of the most it came out of right field that this guy became the pitcher that he was. I mean,
yeah.
He was never this good on the Mets. Never.
Yeah. All right. Nugget number 3. We got to move along to the stadium itself.
Hold on a second.
Go ahead.
You skipped over the Nugget.
What did I skip over?
Scrolling at the bottom of the screen here. Christopher Sanchez will start game 2 per Rob Thompson today.
I was going to save it for the end. I was going to save the fireworks for the end.
Oh, okay. Well, you gave me 2 Phillies questions, and then you seem like you were going away.
We're all Phillies today, Mike. 4-pack of Phil's Nuggets today. I'll get to the Sanchez. Don't worry. I have something to say to you about Christopher Sanchez starting on game 2 on Sunday that I will be attending. We'll get to that in a second. But we got to talk about the stadium first, Mike. If you're a Philly, I put out this tweet last night. If you're a Phillies fan, I'm sick of seeing orange and blue in the stands in Philadelphia. It was in the Wells Fargo Center. You had the Knicks. You had the 76ers. If you're a Phillies fan, there is no possible way. I know if you want to make money and that's kind of your thing. No. Not this time around. We already saw it, the Sixers. It was a different vibe, different atmosphere. Embiid was kind of hurt. The team was it was kind of put together at the trade deadline. No. This is Phillies Red October. You cannot sell your tickets if you're a Phillies fan. If not, you're a fraud. You're just a total fraud if you sell your tickets this weekend.
Well, I can't disagree with you there. Like, the concept, though, for many is they buy tickets to profit off of them. They're not real fans of the team. So calling them fraud, they're saying, I was never a fan to begin with. I was here to make money. I'm not a Phillies fan. I'm a business person. I know a lot of people who are in that part. I'm not a Phillies fan, but I know that people will buy the tickets if I can resell them. So you're calling these people, some of them, not all of them.
Not all of them.
Now, I had a buddy I saw on Facebook. He posted, I got tickets for the game. I'm selling them, but I will not sell them to Mets fans.
Good.
But
see, that's what we need.
But how do you know?
That's a good question. If you put them on the market. Now,
let's say I bought the tickets.
Right.
Okay. I'm not a Mets fan, but I bought them and then
gave them to
my Mets fan friend.
I mean, then it's like, I mean, there's nothing you could do about that.
Right, exactly. But that's my point is he's saying, I will not sell them to Mets fans. But you can't. How do you legislate that?
Is he putting them on like the market? Like, is that how he's doing it? Or is he doing it kind of third party?
I think he's just saying, private message me if you want the tickets.
And that's easy to, that's easier to handle there. You can know who you can
no, it goes back to. I could message him and say, hey, man, I'll take the tickets. He sells the 4 to me. I give him, they were $400 a piece, by the way, which I ain't paying for. So here you go. Here's the $1,200. Here you go. Take it. And then he gives me the tickets. And I turn around and say, here you go. Reimburse me.
You could. I mean, that could happen. That's a possibility. But, I mean, that's all you could do. As long as you were in good faith, you knew you were giving them to a Phillies fan. But if you're that Phillies fan, though, like if you're a Phillies fan buying them and then you give them to a Mets fan, you're the fraud. Then you'd pass the fraud on to the next person, essentially.
Yeah, well, I'm saying I can't say that I think the Mets fans are going to be blocked out of there. I don't feel confident about that.
No, because there's a lot that live in the area too. I mean, there's a ton of Mets fans that live around this area.
Well, you got from like that Trenton Mercer County area up there, which is like right over the bridge, but the split divide kind of changes to Yankee Met area, and it's close enough that hey, I can hop, skip, and jump right over. And like McGarry said earlier today, he said for some people that live in New York, it's easier to get to Philly than it is to go out to Queens.
Right. Yeah, it might be easier. It might be the same amount of time to get there with the traffic and everything.
That's what he was saying. It's easier and it's a shorter commute to get here. So listen, I think that I do think a lot of Met fans are going to make the travel. I do think there will be a lot of Met, and I say a lot, I don't know what that means, but regular season games, I've been in there where it's almost 50-50. I don't think it's going to be to that capacity.
You think it's 70-30? You think it'll be 70-30?
I think it will be noticeable enough.
All right. I think
whatever the percentage is, that it's noticeable that they're there. Like the noise-wise, where when they get chanting together, that you will be able to hear them and make out what they're saying.
Yeah, I think game 1 will be more Phillies fans. I think game 2 would be more Met fans than in game 1. I think there'll be a distinction because you had so long to buy the Phillies tickets before the team was announced. So I think, game 1 was probably already bought up more so than game 2. I think you might see more Met fans game 2, which I'm attending. I did my part. I took away seats from a Met fan in game 2. I'm going to game 2, Mike. And nugget number 4, Christopher Sanchez starting game 2. Rob Thompson listened to the Sports Bash apparently, and he went with your idea to go with Sanchez at home and have Nola in game 3 of this series. You got Severino in game 2 as well, Mike. I know you like the decision with Sanchez in game 2.
I will. I just want to read this off. Ryan Glasspiegel, who covers like sports media type of stuff for the New York Post. He says, after Knick fans took over Philadelphia during the Sixers playoff series, if this happens again for Mets Phillies, we have to have a serious conversation about if Philly is as fervent a sports town as they claim. A smattering of fans is to be expected, but not a takeover. Is that a fair comment?
I think that's fair. I definitely think it's fair. I think it's because of the proximity, though. The proximity is pretty close. I mean, it's right down the road, essentially, from ballpark to ballpark. But,
I mean, we get it's 10 times cheaper.
It's 10 times cheaper than you.
No, that's not true. The ticket prices for this game, for the average ticket prices for this, Phillies average ticket prices are $417.
I got less than that.
Mets ticket prices $293.
Ooh, so the Mets are lower. See, the Knicks Sixers, it was different. There was a discrepancy, I think, because you had the Garden.
I think a lot of that because the Sixers fans, first round, they were down in the series, and I think they just I'm done with this team.
Yeah,
I don't think it's the same way for the Phillies.
It was even earlier in the series, though. Like, it was more expensive because I was checking to try and go to both. I was going to try and get to New York, but New York was so expensive. It's funny that this is a little different now. So maybe it won't be like the Knicks.
By the way, the Yankees have the second cheapest tickets out of all the teams in the playoffs.
Really?
Yeah.
That's shocking.
Yeah.
That's shocking. New York usually has the more expensive prices.
Yeah, we used to assume that the prices up there are more expensive, but for this particular series, for all of the playoffs combined, the Phillies have the most expensive ticket on average. followed by San Diego, and then the Mets.
Wow. How about that? I'm surprised New York's not up there. I wonder if it gets closer to the LCS and the World Series. I wonder if the New York prices start to go up a little bit.
Well, somebody texted in earlier. Could it be because here it goes. Bob Nightingale. I'll put it up on the screen so that you can see it if you're watching the live video at Mike Gill Show on YouTube, at Mike Gill Show there. There you go. The average ticket prices for the NLDS and the ALDS home games. Phillies $417, Padres $319, Mets $293, Royals $256, Tigers $223, Guardians $214, Yankees $177, and Dodgers $154.
Wow. I'm shocked the Yankees and Dodgers are at the bottom. Shocked.
Yeah, me too. I was pretty surprised.
Shocked that those two are at the bottom. You would think they would be at the top. They're the two biggest markets, usually the most expensive. I mean, and if you go off of what happened in the Knicks-Sixers series, I mean, Garden tickets are expensive because you're also going to Madison Square Garden as well. I mean, it's the Mecca. So,
well, somebody brought up the fact that do you think the Phillies ticket prices are being driven up by the fact that it's 2 afternoon weekend games and there's more people that are available to go to those games as opposed to a weeknight game?
Possibly, but I mean, the Phillies are the hot commodity, especially because of Red October and what the fan base has been able to do over the past couple of years and what that atmosphere is like. Because you're also paying for the atmosphere as well and the event itself. So I think that might have a little bit to do with it. People want to be a part of that.
Listen, if the Mets aren't here playing, this isn't a conversation in the places sold out, packed. I mean, the Phillies have not had problems selling their building out. That's not been a question. So that's what makes it interesting.
Yeah, it's going to be fascinating. All right, before we wrap up, Sanchez starting game 2. Yeah. I know you're excited.
I'm not excited so much as that I could see the reasoning behind it.
I see it. I get it.
And I certainly think that, listen, a lot of times coaches get criticized for not putting players in the best position to succeed. You have splits that were so drastic, so you had to consider it. You have a guy who's got an ERA almost under 1. I mean, under 2 at home and over 5 on the road. You had to take that under consideration and say, I've got to put this kid in the best position to succeed. If I pitch him on the road, I'm almost giving up 5 runs before that game starts. So you had to consider that, knowing that Nola can handle pitching at Citi Field. That place is going to be a zoo. It's going to be bonkers. Christopher Sanchez has never pitched in that kind of environment, and he doesn't pitch well on the road to begin with. So I understand why they considered it, and for them to make that move, they felt pretty strongly that Sanchez was going to pitch much better here than there.
Yep, and Rob Thompson went with it. Sanchez going to pitch game 2. Aaron Nola going to pitch game 3. Mike, I got my nosebleed tickets, by the way.
I don't think Rob Thompson went with it. I think this was an
organizational. Yeah, Dombrowski definitely had to say for sure. I'll be there. Nicky Nosebleed.
I think Nicky Nosebleed. What'd you pay, huh?
I paid under. I'm under the value there. I paid under. I got in early this morning.
Did you pay under the lowest total?
Yes.
Which was the Dodgers at 1.
Oh, no, I didn't pay less than that. No, I did not get to pay less than that. I was on the secondary market, but I mean, it was all under the Phillies average.
Gotcha. All right. 417.
Yeah, under that.
154 is the lowest of all the teams. The Dodgers, 154. Yankees, 177. Higher or lower?
Oh, higher. Higher than that. Higher.
Kansas City, 256.
Higher.
San Diego, 319.
Right around there. Yeah. Oh, yeah. We dished it out this week, Mike. We dished it out.
Wow. Look for Nicky Nuggets in the Nicky Nosebleed section.
I'll be there.
Nuggets are back on Monday. Will it be 0-2, 2-0, or 1-1?
Phillies go 2-0. It's calling it now.
All right. All right, man. See you.
I see you, Mike.
Nick Earnshaw's Nick's Nuggets. They're brought to you by the Piccalilli, Route 206 in Chemung.
The playoffs continue on ESPN Radio.
Out of here! A 3-run go-ahead home run for Pete Alonso.
The New York Mets Fresh off of a wild card win, go head-to-head with the NLDS champion Philadelphia Phillies. It's game 1 of the best of 5.
It's Red October. Phillies playoff baseball. It's the NLDS. Phillies Mets. Tomorrow afternoon on 97.3 ESPN. Coverage begins at 4 p.m.
97.3 ESPN has teamed up with Seize the Deal for incredible weekly offers from some fantastic local restaurants. Here's this week's big deal.
Get a $50 gift card, good for use, at Provenza Restaurant and Event Center on Wellington Avenue in Ventnor for just $25.
This great deal is on sale now at seizethedeal.com. Hurry, chances are this deal will sell quickly. For more info on this great deal, go to seizethedeal.com.
Seizethedeal.com. Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today? So you've got an oil change coming up. You can go farther and save on full synthetic with our oil change special. Right now, you can get 5 quarts of Valvoline Advanced Full Synthetic with an STP Extended Life oil filter for just $35.99. Get the parts you need when you need them at AutoZone or AutoZone.com.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Tune in to the Bet365 Play of the Day during the Sports Bash with me, Mike Gill, every weekday afternoon at 5:45 on 97.3 ESPN. Made possible by Bet365. Whatever the moment, it's never ordinary at Bet365.
What's better than 1 win? 3 wins. With Straight Savings, you keep your own phone, get 1 line for only $25 a month with real unlimited data, and get rewarded with a $200 phone credit after 12 months. It's a win-win-win. Head to Walmart or visit straighttalk.com today. Switch to Straight Talk. Less dollars, more sense. Straight Savings Plan enrollment requires compatible unlocked device and new line of service. Bonus device credit requires 12 months of active service. Offer ends if eligibility requirements are no longer met. Taxes and fees apply. For network management practices, see Straight Talk's terms and conditions.
It's common knowledge that after age 30, our metabolism changes. We have less energy and gain weight easier. There's a way to feel better, not in years or months, but sometimes in just days.
I'm Chuck Norris. I tried everything. Working with a team of health experts, we came up with Morning Kick. Morning Kick is a revolutionary new formula that combines all my favorite supplements into one daily drink.
Morning Kick has probiotics to help you lose weight, prebiotics for digestion, superfoods for muscles and joints, and powerful anti-aging supplements. It'll help you feel youthful, energized, and helps manage stress.
I look and feel better than I have in years.
Go to roundhouseprovisions.com, use code SUPPORT or text SUPPORT to 511-511 and claim 40% off. roundhouseprovisions.com, code SUPPORT.
Every purchase comes with our 90-day money-back guarantee. You could be feeling these changes within just a couple of days.
Text SUPPORT to 511-511.
These statements have not been evaluated by the FDA. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease. Tax fees may apply.
This is the day of the big sale at your gift shop.
Welcome in.
So this isn't just a big day for your business. It's a big day for the network keeping it all connected. That is, if it can handle the pressure.
Next in line, please.
So is it possible to get business internet you can really count on? It is. With 99.9% network reliability from Comcast Business. It's like this neat little bow.
Do you like that gift wrap?
Really ties it all together. Reliable internet for your business. It's not just possible. It's happening. Comcast Business. Powering possibilities.
Switch to Comcast Business and get started with fast, reliable internet for $59.99 a month for 12 months with a 2-year contract. Or ask about our 5-year price lock guarantee on qualifying internet bundles. Don't wait. Call or go online today. Ends 12/22/24. Restrictions apply. EcoBill and autopay required. New 150 megabits per second internet customers only. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra. After promo, regular rates apply.
Did you know your skin is the largest organ of your body? Huh? That's why you should shower with Old Spice Super Hydration Body Wash instead of plain old bar soap. Love your skin by super hydrating it with vitamin B3 and glorious notes of vanilla and shea. Did you know that my super hydrated skin is the second largest organ of my body? The first is my heart. Old Spice. Men have skin too. Old Spice Super Hydration Body Wash. 24/7 renewing moisture. With daily use.
Downy Rinse and Refresh. Break up with stinky clothes.
Rinse it out. Every now and then I get a little bit tired of the stinks that just will never come out. Oh, Downy in the rinse change. Every now and then I rinse it out. One wash and it delivers. One wash, it smells so clean. Downy Rinse and Refresh, it's a dream.
Downy Rinse and Refresh fights odor in just one wash, guaranteed.
We're going abroad for the first time in years, to Spain. So we started using Babbel.
And started learning Spanish fast.
With Babbel, you can start having conversations in another language in just 3 weeks.
¿Cómo te llamas? ¿Cómo te llamas?
When you learn a language, you want to actually use it. Babbel is designed with that goal in mind.
In just 3 weeks, we're starting to have conversations in Spanish. Gracias, Babbel.
Babbel, language for life. Now try Babbel for free at Babbel.com. That's Babbel.com.
Oh no, stomach issues again?
Stomach issues? Who are you? Your pancreas. I could be the real reason for your diarrhea, gas, bloating, stomach pain, or loose oily stools.
I thought it was my stomach.
People often do, but any of these symptoms could mean having a condition called exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI. With EPI, the pancreas doesn't release enough enzymes to break down food, but EPI is manageable. Use the symptom checker on identifyepi.com and speak with your doctor. That's identifyepi.com. Sponsored by AbbVie.
Your business is your passion. It's a huge reason you get out of bed every day. But if you have a bigger vision for your business, it's time to make the experts at Town Square Media a part of your team. Why? Because at Town Square Media, they have the most advanced advertising tools to help your business finish 2024 strong and increase your sales all throughout next year. Now is the time to turn to Town Square Media. For one day only, you can enjoy deep advertising discounts on their top stations. You know the ones your potential customers listen to every single day? And they don't do just radio. They have amazing digital tactics to help maximize your reach and target your exact customers. If you're thinking bigger for your business, then it's time to think Town Square Media. Take action and go to townsquaresouthjersey.com to request information on their customer appreciation sale. That's townsquaresouthjersey.com.
Home of the Philadelphia Eagles,
They got him! It's a sack!
Sixers,
Oh, baby!
and Flyers.
He scored!
97.3 ESPN, WENJ HD, Millville, Atlantic City, a Town Square media station serving all of South Jersey. This is the Sports Bash with Mike Gill on 97.3 ESPN and the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app. Now live from inside the Ocean Casino Resort Studio, here's Mike Gill.
Clock on a Red October Friday, happy hour Friday, everybody. I'm Mike Gill. What's going on? This hour of the show, it's brought to you by our friends at Key Acura of Atlantic City, a great car buying experience. Go see Rocco at Key Acura Atlantic City, Tilton Road, EHT, your small but friendly dealer online, KeyAcuraAtlanticCity.com. Mike Gill with you till the top of the hour tonight. Then we're off for the weekend as we get ready. Red October weekend. All right, we're going to give you the last hour of the show here tonight to let us know where you're watching the game tomorrow. Sound on. Where's the spot? 609-403-0973. We got so many great entries. I mean, we got probably 50 different entries, but places that have gotten multiple recommendations. Good stuff for the people out there all week long for the game tomorrow and Sunday. Where the spot to go? Red October. Sound on tomorrow, 4 o'clock, here on the Sports Fast Live, 97.3 ESPN. The breaking news a little while ago, Kodai Senga will pitch for the Mets in Game 1. Zach Wheeler is going to go for the Phillies in Game 1. Christopher Sanchez will start Game 2. According to Rob Thompson, Nola will pitch Game 3. And that's a big announcement there. We were wondering whether or not it would be Sanchez or would it be Nola in Game 2. And it's going to be Sanchez getting the ball at home. He has been much better at home in recent times, or this season, I should say, way better at home for the Phillies as opposed to last year, on the road. And that's a big difference, having him be comfortable, putting him in the best position to succeed. Overall, the Phillies 7-6 against the Mets. Last night's game, the Mets pulled themselves off the mat. They're down 2-0 in the ninth, and an epic at bat by Lindor really changes the season for them. Lindor gets a walk, they get an out, to get the first out of the game, then a base hit, first and third, and here comes Alonso. And look, Alonso, who had just been struggling so much. I mean, the Met fans have been all over him. And he hits an opposite field home run, and you just could not believe it. You just could not believe this team just kept on fighting and fighting, and now here they are Saturday, and they're going to go with Kodai Senga, who has pitched one game this season. One. He was hurt to start the year. He came back in July. He pitched one game against the Braves, 5 1/3, and he hurt his calf in that game and has not pitched again since. So the Mets are really saying, you know what? We are playing with house money. Let's roll the dice and go with the best guy we got. Because quite frankly, Senga's the best guy they got, in my opinion. I think Senga, if he's healthy, he's at the top of that rotation. And you got Senga, Severino, Minaya. Those three guys will pitch 1, 2, and 3 for the Metropolitans. Now, we know the Phillies questions. There's a lot of them. What will their starting lineup look like? You got a right-hander starting in game 1. You have a right-hander starting in game 2. And then when you go back to New York, or when you go to New York, not back to New York, but when you head to New York, you're going to get the two lefties, I would assume, on Tuesday night and Wednesday night. You'll probably get Minaya and Quintana on Wednesday. So Tuesday, Minaya. Wednesday, they have not announced yet, but I would imagine you're going to get Quintana, who pitched the last time. He pitched a game in London against the Phillies. I think he pitched the day I was there. And the Phillies kind of, they hit him around a little bit, but he's pitched really well recently here, and the Phillies struggle against the lefties. What will the Phillies lineup look like against lefties? That's the big question. You have a spot where you could play Hayes in left, you could play Marsh in left, you could play Marsh in center and Hayes in left. I have not advocated for that. I have been an advocate for having Marsh play left against right-handed pitching and Hayes play left against left-handed pitching and have Rojas play center field. Now, some people have asked me, why should Rojas play every day? Like, why does he get to play every day? It's not an unfair question. They just don't really have someone to platoon with him unless you want to say, hey, we'll play Cal Stevenson in center field. Quite frankly, I don't even know if Cal Stevenson is going to be on the roster. That has not been announced yet. So I don't know when they have to make the announcement of the roster. I would imagine that's going to be coming down at some point. But we don't know if Stevenson's even on the roster to be a part of a platoon. And quite frankly, do you feel comfortable starting Cal Stevenson in a playoff game because he's left-handed? Look, Rojas hits better against right-handed pitchers. So that's why Rojas gets the opportunity, and he's the best defensive player of the group. Look, you have three bats that are all mediocre, and I'm being kind to all three by saying they're mediocre. I think Rojas would be below average. Marsh is average. When you hit him against right-handed hitters, he's above average. Against lefties, he's below average. And Hayes against lefties is above average, and against righties, he's below average. So, there we go. We set the scene, Citizens Bank Park, and look who just popped in to the screen. You heard him this morning, all morning, Evan Cohen, Unsportsmanlike. Now, I did not realize that my friend Evan Cohen here, all of a sudden, out of nowhere, the Mets are still alive. Like, come on, man. What a cool ride this has been, though, because the Phillies have been on this ride, Evan Cohen. As a fan, the Phillies have been on this ride. And when you get on one of these rides, does it feel like you cannot be stopped?
Well, Mike, this is the weirdest feeling ever. So let me be 100% transparent, obviously, with you and your audience on this one. So my Mets fandom for the first, 30 plus years of my life, by far the number one team in my life by a mile. Baseball was my favorite sport more than any other sport. And for some reason over the last decade plus, my love of basketball, my love of football has increased to a level that baseball has dropped to number 3. That's just for me. I'm not saying for everybody, obviously. And then doing the job that I am unbelievably fortunate enough to do, as you know, baseball is not nationally as hot of a topic as the NFL, college football, and the NBA. So as a Mets fan, when it's like re-sparked here a little bit, my assumption is always it's going to go wrong. It's not much different than probably your fandom. and all of South Jersey and Phillies fandom around the Sixers that you just assume at some point it's going to go wrong. And that's where I am always with the Mets.
You have a lot of good reasons for that. And yeah, listen, I mean, the baseball has turned into kind of a regionalized thing, but then the playoffs get here. It's almost like hockey now. It's like everybody loves the hockey playoff. They just never watch a regular season game. And it's like when the playoffs get here, it almost feels like you watched all 82 when you're going through pitch by pitch. But last night it's 2-0. It was hard not to feel like they were done. They had just ran out of gas, and that was it. And it was just stacked up against them because everybody seemed to think the Mets were going to win that series. They get the first one, then the Brewers win, and then the Brewers hit back-to-back homers, and you're thinking, how do you get off the mat? It just all of a sudden, I was in London when the Mets came back and won the game down in London, and since that London series, they've been the best team in baseball. It's unbelievable. So the fact, though, that these two teams have never faced off in the playoffs. I'm telling you, it's so interesting to see what this ballpark's going to look like tomorrow. That's the story for me, is what is this place going to be looking like? Because the Knicks fans infiltrated the Sixers. Will the Mets fans get into that building this weekend? What do you think?
I think so, absolutely. I think you bring up a good point about the Knicks and the Sixers. I do wonder if the Philly sports fan is a little motivated by that of like, hey, we're not letting other people in the building. I just want to go back to one thing, though, that you said in terms of the Magic from last night. You know, you're down 2-0. Pete Alonso is up with two guys on. He's a pending free agent, the Mets first baseman. You know, a lot of people are thinking, oh, my God, this may be his last at-bat in a Mets uniform. And he was such a huge part of this for the entirety of his career, hitting 50-plus home runs and just having an awesome start to his career. But since September 9th, I want to say, he was 5 of 41, had 5 singles and no homers. And so that happens last night. And you said to me, how are you feeling about this? And I said, well, I always assume that something's just going to go wrong. But when you have then Lindor against the Braves doing what he did with his big homer, and then you have now Alonso, now, Mike, my mind is all messed up because now I'm like, wait a minute, what's happening here? The Mets fans are going to travel to Philly and maybe dominate that stadium tomorrow. And now am I a fan of like everything's going to actually go right? Like, I'm so confused. Can you imagine if you're just like, no, of course Embiid's going to be healthy in a big spot. It's Embiid, of course. Like, it's Bizarro world. It's the Bizarro Seinfeld episode for me right now. Like, why? This is the team of Magic? Normally, as a Mets fan, we assume that the team gets to Philly, has cheesesteaks, gets food poisoning, and can't play tomorrow. That's the Mets fan mentality. And now it's flipped. And, like, you're asking, are the fans going to be so good that they infiltrate the road stadium and they're a team of destiny?
I've been to games, Phillies, Mets. Now, the thing that's unique about this, they've never played in the playoffs. Why? Because they're never good at the same time. The Mets are good, the Phillies stink. The Phillies are good, the Mets stink. They've never been generally good at the same time. But I'll tell you what this reminds me of. In 2022, the Phillies make the playoff. They're scratching and clawing. They get in. They're down 2-0 to the Cardinals, and they score 6 runs in the 9th. That little bleeder that Segura hits, and they end up scoring 6, and they end up going to the World Series. Now, they eventually ran out of gas. But when I'm watching that last night, that's what I'm thinking of. You're down 2-0. You're out of it, and then boom. And the next thing you know, you open your eyes, you're playing the Astros in Game 6, and then you realize we went on an unbelievable run, and we just ran out of gas. But, you know, and I think Hembo said this the other day. You might have been filling in or I don't remember. But he said the teams that are the most fun are the ones that do something when you least expect it. And right now, I would have to imagine this team has that least expected type of feel. Even though $317 million payroll, number 1 in the league, that's kind of been lost in the sauce in all this. And best record in baseball since who knows whatever date you want to pick.
Yeah. Okay, so now you're bringing up the money. That's an interesting one. I'll go back to the Hembo comments. Yeah, because we had this conversation on Greeny when I was in with him the last couple of days. So basically I said to him, he's a Phillies fan. I said, would you rather the Mets or the Brewers? And he said, all right, no, I asked him. No, here's how I did it. I want to make sure I got this right because it was a good wordplay. I'm proud of myself. I said, would you rather the team of destiny or a team of domination? And he goes, I'd rather play the team of domination. The team of destiny scares me because of what you just said, because I don't know what to expect from this group. As to like, and that's how your Phillies were obviously in 22, like what you were talking about there, right? That there's something to that magic around it. The payroll is such an interesting thing. The payroll's enormous, yet they weren't supposed to be here. The payroll's enormous, yet they feel like a Cinderella and a sleeper. Is that possible? Can we say it that way?
It's an interesting, you don't even think of the Mets in that payroll range so often. They'd always been the cheap team of the two out there. Now all of a sudden, it almost seems like they paid guys and then they got hurt. The fact that Senga's pitching in this game is just bizarre too. That has added another wrinkle to this mix. I mean, he's a guy that you probably forgot was even here, and now Mendoza comes out today and says, "Oh, by the way, we're going to throw Senga in there." I mean, he's another guy that they paid a lot of money to get.
I mean, and by the way, who was he pitching against? A former Mets phenom who was way better with Philadelphia than he was with the Mets, and Zach Wheeler.
Well, and that story, I don't know if you saw that as well, Evan, which was the fact that the Mets made him pay for tickets to travel to the playoffs the one year when he was hurt. And he said, I'll never forget that. I mean, but listen, when the Phillies signed him, nobody thought they were getting a Cy Young Award candidate or winner. This thing, but it's so fun that these two teams are playing. It's going to be fun all weekend long. You can listen to game 1 and 2 on 97.3 ESPN. We'll have the coverage tomorrow. We'll have a quadruple header tomorrow. Sunday, we'll have 3:30 coverage. So that's that. Let's get into everybody's favorite whipping boy, which is Nick Sirianni. And Jalen Hurts is turning into the second favorite. Now, I know Canty has been long against Sirianni, but it's starting to now sound that there's a clear divide. Is this a coaching problem for the Eagles, or is this a quarterback problem for the Eagles? Where would you stand on that conversation right now, watching this team through 4, knowing where they kind of were supposed to be and who they were supposed to be?
Well, Mike, you and I know each other well enough to know that a lot of times I answer questions back to you with questions because I defer to you because you know better than I do. But I try to come up with a creative question to really put you on your heels like you do to me. So here we go. Let's have an expansion draft. And we're going to have a blank roster. Okay? And you're going to get your first pick. And the Eagles are the only team you could pick from. And you have to pick either a quarterback or a coach. Which one are you picking first?
Any coach on the roster?
No. Nice one. No, I'm saying
I'll take Stoutland.
Yeah, you want the O-line, and then Kelsey comes with him. So, do you want Nick Sirianni coaching your team or Jalen Hurts quarterbacking your team?
It's a tough one, man. It's a great reversal on me, too. Bret Hart move by you there. Very good.
Wow, nice. This is not a Montreal screw job, though.
No, technician, if you will. I thought Orlovsky said something the other day that I thought was interesting. And he said this is a poorly coached team. And his reasoning was the game plan was so poor. We always talk about putting players like the Phillies, for instance. They're pitching Christopher Sanchez in game 2. He's not their second best pitcher, but at home, ERA in the 2s. On the road, ERA in the 5s. They're putting him in his best position to pitch well because Nola's splits are the same on the road and away. So you pitch at City, let Sanchez be more comfortable. Are the Eagles coaches putting Hurts in position to succeed is essentially how this has come. And some people would say that's the coach's fault. You got to put him in position to receive. You can't call 7 pass plays in the first 9 with your 2 top receivers out. But on the flip side, so many people looking at Hurts here locally wondering, this isn't the same player that he was. So are all the different coaches' voices he's had over the last 4 years? He's had 4 or 5 different play callers. Sirianni, then Steichen, Brian Johnson, now Kellen Moore. So 4 different play callers, but Sirianni popping in and out. Is this guy on information overload, and can that be saved? So to go back to your question, I think I would take Hurts, but I don't think it should be minimized that Sirianni did get this team to a Super Bowl when nobody thought he could.
Okay, so I'm going to answer my own question. And I am going to tell you that if given the choice between the two guys and I had to start a franchise from scratch, undoubtedly, I would take Jalen Hurts. There's not a question in my mind on that. I also will tell you, and this is one of the weirdest things about this situation, in my opinion, that anywhere in life, any business you're in, theoretically, the higher up you go, you probably believe you're working with and for better, not people, but better performers, right? And in sports, well, if I'm going to be a high school player, when I get to college, theoretically, the coach should be better in college than high school and better in the pros than college, right?
Yeah.
Think about Jalen Hurts and how the guy he's playing for now is so far and away the worst coach he has ever played for. He went from Nick Sirianni. He went from Nick Saban to Lincoln Riley. And I know Doug Peterson stinks this year, but to Doug Peterson, to then this guy.
Yeah.
So I think there's got to be some level of like culture shock, I guess, in some ways to this, of like, this is what I get when I become the man. When I get a $50+ million contract in the NFL, this is the guy I work with. The guy that benched me at halftime of a national championship game is so much better than this guy. What the hell is going on? Now, the flip side, okay? The flip side.
Thought out. It's definitely a well thought out point.
The flip side. I tweeted this. I had to go look this up as we were talking at EVCO Radio. I tweeted this on September 27th. If we remove context, detail, and circumstance, Nick Sirianni has had a fantastic start to his career as an NFL head coach. This is at the time. 36-18, 3 playoff appearances, 1 Super Bowl appearance, 3 years with a winning record, and now in year 4. All of that said, it feels like he's a disaster.
All of this is accurate. And it goes back to like when Andy Reid was here, okay? Very good. Never won the Super Bowl, but was always in the mix.
Yep.
And then people started to pluck from his staff. It just constantly kept coming here. And they took his coordinator and they took his other coordinator and they took to the point where he had an offensive line coach as the defensive coordinator one year. If you remember that whole, yes. If you remember that whole,
impressed you. Be fair. That you did not think I had that.
Well, it was such an inept decision that it's known nationally how bad it was. But that being said, I wonder if Nick had a comfortability with Gannon and Steichen, and then people started to pluck from him, and he has lost his comfort zone and his voice and maybe his bravado that he had. Because I find this to be interesting. We play this bite a lot, but the Jason Kelsey bite of him saying that Nick Sirianni holds people more accountable than any coach he's ever played for. Here's the bite. I'll let you listen to it yourself, and then you can react.
Nick, and I really mean this, is one of the best coaches I've been around, and talking about coaching situational ball, really understanding what to do in the right moment, motivating guys. We coach things up in team meetings and hold people accountable better than pretty much any other coach I've been around.
Situational ball, motivating players, and holding people accountable better than any coach I've ever been around. He played for Andy Reid, Doug Peterson, and Nick Sirianni. It was on the New Lights podcast.
Here's the problem with that. What if you're coaching a player that needs no motivation, understands situations, and holds himself accountable? What are you doing for him? Jalen Hurts is a product of Nick Saban. Jalen Hurts is by all accounts, seemingly a class act. He seems like a self-motivator. He seems like he's situationally really smart at football. What are you doing? He has those skills already. What are you doing for him?
Well, wouldn't you say then, as the guy and that's a great question. That's a sneaky one. That guy should at least see. This is where the problem seems to be coming in. Is there a disconnect of respect? And if you're holding people accountable and you are doing these things that good coaches do, shouldn't you have the respect to say, "Hey, I like what he's doing. He's at least holding people accountable."
Yes, but here's the thing. I'll be again honest, and I'll relate it to my radio career. When I was doing shows at ESPN West Palm, and then I got to Sirius XM, okay? I got to this big level at Sirius XM before I got to ESPN. Nobody needed to hold me accountable. Nobody needed to motivate me to prep for the show. What they needed to do was loosen me up and make me have more fun. And that happened by way of my co-host at the time. Okay? What I'm saying to you is sometimes we should coach strengths. Strengthening the strengths are important, no doubt. Not necessarily finding weaknesses, finding what else is needed. I needed in my radio career to loosen up. How are we going to loosen them up? You didn't need to tell me, hey, you got to do show notes. I'm doing that already. You got to show up on time. I'm doing that. You got to live this 24/7. Ask my wife and kids. I'm all the time. I think in the year plus, you've asked me to come on once that I had to reschedule. I will do anything radio-wise, right? The thing that I needed was to have fun. If Nick Sirianni's unbelievable at motivation, Jalen Hurts got benched at halftime of a national championship game and came back the next year at Alabama before he went to Oklahoma.
Here's a question I would
listen.
And here's a question I would ask then. How did the Eagles not see this? Like, I ask this question a lot because now it seems that there's a disconnect, right? Okay. I think Kimberly Martin said something the other day that really was interesting. You know, he said, we have our moments. To which her reaction
that dropped constantly.
Right. To which her reaction I thought was interesting, though. It wasn't what he said. It was his body language of, I'm done with this guy. I'm done listening to the questions. I don't want to hear anymore. We have our moments. Okay. So if you're the Eagles front office, how did you not go into the season talking to Sirianni by himself? Hey, is your relationship okay? He doesn't want to get fired. He might say, yeah, me and Jalen, we're great. Okay, Jalen, can you play for this guy? He's making $250 million. Are you comfortable? Because they had a chance to cut bait. So for it to get to this point 4 weeks into the season seems preposterous to me.
Yeah, but you just made my point. Jalen Hurts, at least thus far, does not seem like the player because he holds himself accountable, because he's self-motivated, because he's disciplined, to walk into someone else's office and point a finger and not a thumb. He may not blame Sirianni because that's not who he is. Maybe I'm wrong on that. You would know better than I would, obviously, but maybe I'm wrong. But
Well, if you had the chance behind closed doors, isn't that when you finally say, look, I can't play for the guy. I've done my best. I can't do it.
Is he made up that way?
I don't know. I mean, that's one of the things, too. He's a hard guy to crack, man. He gets up there. He doesn't give you much. And then when you struggle, that hurts you. You know what I mean? When you're winning.
You're saying he gets to the podium. He doesn't say anything. He doesn't want to reveal information about relationships. He's focused on football 24/7. He wants to play hard. He wants to be coached hard. And he wants to be coached by intelligence. And they pass on Bill Belichick?
We'll leave it right there.
Okay, I just want to make sure that the Eagles decided, you know what? We're good. We don't need Bill Belichick.
That's what I go back to. Like, they had a conversation and
Jalen Hurts is made for Bill Belichick outside of the turnovers. But personality-wise, it seems like he's made for him.
Well, they might get his opportunity if this thing continues to go the way. They got a 5-game stretch coming up where they should be the favorite. You know, by the way, we're judging a team that's got A.J. Brown, Devontae Smith, and Lane Johnson out. If I told you that at the beginning of the year, you tell me that team stinks.
No, I wouldn't.
You wouldn't think that this team would be bad with what they have with those guys hurt?
No, I'm going to tell you why. I was such a believer in Jalen Hurts. I thought he was ready to graduate from having to pay 2 big-time wide receivers. I thought he was going to be the guy that made the other guys better, and that like the 2 wide receiver to pay 2 wide receivers, I think is a backwards concept. Every team that does it is underachieved this year. As I said today on Unsportsmanlike, 6A to 10A on 97.3, you only can marry one person. When you marry the 2 wide receivers, you've stripped your roster of other good items.
That's an interesting point. Well, they went backwards. And I would contend that I disagree with you on this. I think that Hurts is a product of having these receivers.
Well, you made a mistake giving him the contract.
Well, and listen, I said from the start, the Eagles were in an awful situation where the quarterback outperformed his pay, but his contract wasn't up. But he outperformed the pay so much that he wouldn't come back and play at the number that he was on. He had 2 years of resume. And he's saying, I only want to be judged on one of those years. Forget my first year. And the Eagles are saying, Well, he's not going to play for $400,000, whatever, $4 million bucks. So we have to pay him. Well, he's in the Super Bowl. He's second in the MVP. We have to pay him on that performance. So his first year got thrown out the door, and that wasn't part of the consideration. So I feel like all these teams are prisoners of that situation, and you're paying these guys before you have a full resume on them.
Well, they got A.J. Brown to help make Jalen Hurts. Once Jalen Hurts was made, you then have to get rid of A.J. Brown. That's how it works. Steph Diggs was brought in to help make Josh Allen. Once Josh Allen was made and started to figure out last year at the end, they get rid of Steph Diggs. Josh Allen's going to win the MVP this year.
Evan Cohen, Monday morning, 6 a.m. No Eagles this week to rail on. You'll have somebody else to
bet. We may find a way. So I can shout you out. That's why.
Phillies Mets this weekend. Have fun with that. Have a good weekend, man.
Thanks for having me as always. I appreciate it.
Evan Cohen on Sportsmanlike 6 to 10 right here on 97.3 ESPN. Yeah, just a little impromptu. He was kind of in the listening area, in the audience, and said, "Hey," and there he was, Evan Cohen, 6 to 10 on Sportsmanlike right here on 97.3 ESPN. All right, I'm Mike Gill. We're getting ready for Red October weekend, but before we get there, we still have more to go. Hour of the show is brought to you by Key Acura of Atlantic. For a great car buying experience, go see Rocco Key Acura, Chilton Road, Egg Harbor Township. Small but friendly dealer online, Key Acura, AtlanticCity.com. I got my Friday 5. It's not a great slate. Not a great slate. I'll get to that coming up. We got Big 3, play of the day. All on a happy hour Friday edition of the Sports Bash. We have the Phillies covered.
Browns to Turner at short, who throws across his body to Harper at first, and another 1-2-3 inning for Zach Wheeler.
Get the best Phillies baseball coverage on the Sports Bash with Mike Gill on 97.3 ESPN.
Hi, I'm Larry Mintz. When dealing with a workers' compensation claim, in most cases, the injured worker doesn't get the money they're entitled to. That's why you need the right lawyer. When injured on the job, call us first. We'll speak with you for free and get you all the money and benefits you deserve.
Make the right call to Golden Bird Mackler. Call us at 609-344-7131. That's 609-344-7131. Or visit us online at gmslaw.com.
Febreze. As a rideshare driver, I love keeping my car smelling fresh and clean. So when I'm driving, I only trust new Febreze car vent clips, now with 3 times greater scent control, because it's that little touch that sets me apart. I can turn the intensity down for subtle freshness, or I can turn it up for when I want lots of scent. So whether it's set to low, medium, or high, with new Febreze car, I know my car's going to smell amazing, which keeps my driver rating right where it belongs.
Picking up! Oscar! We're definitely going to be late to the concert. I feel like we should be there by now.
I'm just taking a little detour. I got to fill up my gas tank, and I know this place a couple towns over where the gas is cheaper.
Are you serious? We're going to be late for the concert because you're driving out of the way for cheaper gas? Just use Upside.
What's Upside?
Upside is the free cashback app that gets you real cash back for every gallon of gas you buy.
Wait, I can get cash back just for buying the gas I need anyway?
Yes, I use it all the time, and I've made around $200. Now pull over so you can download the Upside app before we miss the concert.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code PHIL25 to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime, right to your bank, PayPal, or as a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code PHIL25 for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code PHIL25 for a 25 cents per gallon bonus. That's code PHIL25.
You have the choice, whether it's going out to dinner or ordering takeout at a local restaurant. Those choices help to put money back into your community. And Town Square Media South Jersey puts a spotlight on local restaurants.
La Fontana Coast, deliciously authentic classic Italian cuisine, a block from the beach in Sea Isle City. The Ravioli House in Wildwood, where the possibilities are endless. Doyle's Poorhouse of Tuckerton, offering amazing food, a family-friendly atmosphere, and the best events.
Thank you for supporting these great local restaurants from Town Square Media, South Jersey.
This is the Town Square, New Jersey Info and Weather Network.
Progressive Insurance presents the Sports Flash on 97.3 ESPN.
NFL, the Eagles are on a bye week. They return October 13th. They'll take on the Cleveland Browns at the Link. Eagles are sitting at 2-2, while the Giants will be out in Seattle to take on the Seahawks. New York at 1-3. Wide receiver Malik Neighbors has been dealing with a concussion all week and has not practiced. The Jets will face the Minnesota Vikings in London on Sunday. It's the third London game in franchise history for the Jets, who are 2-2. The Vikings are off to a 4-0 start. Major League Baseball, the Philadelphia Phillies and the New York Mets play Saturday, game 1 of the NLDS. Mets get there by winning the wild card round over Milwaukee Thursday night 4-2, scoring all 4 runs in the 9th inning. Pete Alonso with a 3-run home run. The Phillies will start Zach Wheeler in the opening game. The Mets have yet to decide on a starting pitcher. The Yankees open up the ALDS on Saturday at home against Kansas City. I'm Tony Desiri, and that's your Sports Flash on 97.3 ESPN.
Earn entries for your chance to be one of the lucky winners of a complete his or hers YSL collection now through October 26th. Show your timeless sophistication during the YSL collection drawing, only at Borgata. Must be 21 or older. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
We are cruising into the weekend with some very nice weather here in South Jersey. Good afternoon with your South Jersey weather. I'm Joe Kelly. We're going to see partly cloudy sky tonight across the region. A slight chance of a little rain, a low of 58. That rain will be gone by tomorrow. Sunshine tomorrow with a high of 78. Sunday looks good, sunny with a high of 74. As of right now, in the next week or so, the only possibility of some rain is maybe early Monday morning. That's your South Jersey weather forecast. Enjoy your weekend. I'm Joe Kelly.
Hey, Jen, I just stopped in to say hello, and oh my goodness, look how busy it is in here. How do you get all these customers?
Yeah, this month has been a record breaker for us. For a long time, we had decent business coming in from word of mouth, but we weren't growing. Lately, though, a lot of new folks have been finding us online, and that's made all the difference.
That's terrific, man. I wish I could figure out how to do that for my shop, but I have no idea where to start.
Just do what I did. It's not as hard as you think. Go to mylocalcustomers.com to see exactly how many searches there are for businesses like yours. If you see that there are a good number of clients searching in our area, you'll also get some suggestions for the best way to get their attention.
Do you think there are a lot of people searching for my business?
There's only one way to find out. Go to mylocalcustomers.com. It's quick, easy, and free.
Go to mylocalcustomers.com for a free local customer analysis that will show you how many customers are searching online for your type of business. It's quick, easy, and free. Visit mylocalcustomers.com. That's mylocalcustomers.com.
You're listening to the Sports Bash with Mike Gill.
When I'm driving, I got a guy on the radio who talks to me. I can't see him, but he talks to me.
On 97.3 ESPN.
All right, 5:35. Friday 5 are my 5 favorite games of the weekend. There are just no Eagles this week. Brought to you by BMW of Atlantic City. Your luxury BMW experience is closer than you think. Take advantage of exceptional savings and experience luxury today at BMW Atlantic City in Egg Harbor Township. You ready for my Friday 5 there, Josh?
Yeah, I'm curious about this. Because you said you have Phillies at 4 o'clock for 2 days.
Yep.
Kind of like in the middle of the day. And then there's no Eagles. And then you're still trying to figure out where you're going to watch the game at. You got a lot of moving parts for you this week.
A lot of moving parts. You're right. Because Saturday, not a great college slate.
No, this is not one of your go-to college slates. I mean, for diehard college football fans, there's a couple of matchups. But for the intermediate, the casual fan, they'll look through this schedule and be like, who? What?
Yeah, I mean, like a lot of people, most of the people, I don't want to judge what your college football fandom is, but I think a lot of people aren't like, oh my God, Georgia's playing Auburn.
Right.
You know, like that could be a good game. Auburn's not great. Georgia needs a little bounce back after last week, but there's not a lot of games in the college world that I like, oh man, I need to be in front of the TV for this weekend. Yeah, as much as I'm a college, and I'm a college football fan. Maybe not on your level.
I mean, like, for example.
By the way, West Virginia, Oklahoma State, you know what time?
Is that 7:30?
4.
Oh my gosh. I felt like that was on purpose.
I mean, West Virginia has disappointed me so much.
Yeah, I thought you were checked out on that.
I am. I am so over. I hate to be the guy that's like, I just don't like the coach in terms of, I just think he's a lousy recruiter. He doesn't do a good job of getting, and in the college game, you got to be able to recruit the right people. I just don't think he has figured out how to get the right people. West Virginia is a perennial top 25 usually top 15 type of program. Since he has been there, they've been irrelevant. So that's that. All right, my Friday 5. Here we go. These are my 5 favorite games this weekend. No particular order. Jets, Minnesota. 9:30, London.
You like that? Get your day started off.
I'm interested in that. Now I might be on the ferry tomorrow at that time. I don't know. We haven't made that decision yet.
Your plans are still in flux.
In flux. I'm hoping that somebody gives me. I actually have a spot that I think I'm going to go to tomorrow if we stay local. But if somebody gives me a spot that I haven't thought of, like, I never thought to go there for a game. Like something different, something new. I have. Like I know a lot of places that are doing a great job with games. But I'm thinking of a place that I haven't thought of to say, I want to try that place out. I haven't done it before. That's what I'm looking at. Right? Jets, Minnesota. Definitely. Baltimore, Cincinnati.
It's a very interesting game.
Well, Cincinnati needs it. And if not, they're done. 1-4 in the AFC, they'd be out. My opinion.
If they start season 1-4, I think Joe Burrow needs to be there.
Think about this. They're 1-3. There anyway. They're 1-3. Baltimore's 2-2. Don't they feel miles apart? If Cincinnati wins, they have the same.
I mean, Cincinnati finally won a game. You're like, finally, they won a game. Baltimore, you felt like they were in everything.
You could have felt that Cincinnati was the best team in the AFC. Some people, I mean, not everybody, but they were in that conversation. Right? Buffalo, Houston.
Has to be on your list. It has to be on your list. I mean,
probably the best game of the weekend.
I mean, it's Josh Allen, CJ right now. No Joe Mixon for the game again. That was reported earlier today. So Texas is a little banged up.
Record-wise, this is the best game of the weekend. Right. 2-3-1. All right. Dallas, Pittsburgh. If Dallas loses the game, there's a lot here. Dallas goes to 2-3. Pittsburgh all of a sudden is 4-1. And you have to now think that Pittsburgh is a legitimate AFC contender.
You know, like Parsons
or Lawrence.
So you're missing 2 of your 3 best.
Pittsburgh should be able to run the ball. Now, even with Lawrence and Parsons, they should be able to run the ball. This actually might help Dallas stop the run better because Parsons is lousy against the run.
Yeah, Lawrence is.
Yeah, Lawrence being out, I don't want to say it's bigger because Parsons is a game record. But against the run, which Parsons is not great at, to be honest. But Dallas, I mean, a loss doesn't bury them.
No.
Unless game number 5. Cleveland, Washington.
Oh. Throwing the I want to see the team I'm going to see the next weekend.
So we watching, see what Cleveland looks like. They play Philadelphia next week, and then Washington for real. Or, some teams early in the year. There was a stat the other day. Minnesota finished started the year like 5-0 or 4-0. They finished 8-8 a couple years ago.
Oh yeah, that was a few years ago. They started the year like 6-1 or whatever. Okay,
is Washington legit? I told you all offseason, if Daniels can play, the rest of that roster is good enough that they could be a contender. Here they are. So they're my Friday 5s. New York, Minnesota, Baltimore, Cincinnati, Buffalo, Houston, Dallas, Pittsburgh, Cleveland, and Washington. Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN. Better weekend games than I thought. By the way, last night, Drake London over. Yep. Bang, I hit that. Bucky Irving, rushing and receiving yards over 50. Bang.
Yep.
Chris Godwin, under 6.5. Bang. Drake London, over 5.5 receptions. Bang. Mooney, over 46.5 yards. Bang. Cousins, over 200 yards passing. Triple bang, hit 500. Mike Evans, 40 yards receiving over. Bang. I hit him up. I know I didn't give you all those on the play, but that's what I played last night.
I was going to say, you had back there. You get a loser.
Yeah, the one that I gave on the air was the one that I didn't end up playing was Irvin. I ended up put his rushing and receiving yards together.
No, you hit that one. So Drake London over on the passing yard.
Yep.
Nailed it. Bucky Irving over on the total yards. You hit that.
Yep.
You missed on Baker on the passing
Oh,
yard.
I ended up not doing the Baker. I went with Cousins.
You swapped out the quarterback.
Yeah, I went with Cousins because it was 200 was a more manageable number.
And then the Godwin, I'll fully admit I have written down for over interceptions. If you said under interceptions, my bad.
Yeah, under 5.5. So they were my plays yesterday.
Let me readjust for your play of the day.
Yeah, we'll got a weekend version coming up. But
Big five. You got some scouting ahead involved in the schedule. You got the London game on the schedule. You got basically the best matchup of the weekend.
it's gonna be a crazy weekend. Yep, I got. So I was talking about this earlier, but a buddy of mine works in New York. He was saying about how to watch all the games, right? So, yes, Phillies, Mets tomorrow. Yankees, Royals tomorrow. Then Sunday, 9:30 game. Got to watch that. Yes. The Giants play at 4, and the Mets play at 4. You have to do the double TV situation there.
That's in the big TV. Giants in the small TV.
He's a Mets fan, not as much a Giants fan. And then on Monday, Yankees.
Yankees are standalone.
A lot of paying attention.
Gotta do what you gotta do, right?
All right, that's Friday 5. I'm still pretty surprised by this thing.
I'm shocked that he's starting tomorrow because there was speculation out there that hey, he might come back to the playoffs. We'll see. Maybe the NLDS, maybe the NLCS. Like there's a lot of hoping and praying putting in the atmosphere. And all of a sudden, Mendoza's like, he's starting game 1. It's like what?
Yeah, and Evan brought something up about Alonso. Pete Alonso had been awful, and then he hits that home run. Is he somebody that, if he re-energizes himself and becomes a factor in the lineup? I mean, Pete Alonso has been a great player for this Mets team. He's been insignificant during this run. And if he all of a sudden has found it and can be a factor in the middle of that lineup.
Pete Alonso this year versus the Phillies. In 13 games, Mike, he has a 277 batting average with a 523 slug percentage and 3 home runs.
Yeah.
In those 13 games. So he this year has been a problem for Philadelphia.
Yeah, I think him hitting that home run and everything that's come afterwards, maybe he now has a little bit of confidence and says, you know what? Maybe he could have been thinking my career here is coming to a close. Now has he changed it to let's just go. Let's go. Let's win this thing.
Are you saying it's like the scene from Wolf on Wall Street where he's kind of standing in front of everybody, and they think he's going to quit because of the investigation into him, and he says, "I'm not going anywhere.
No, I'm not leaving." I don't know, man. Alonso could have been down on it, oh man, I'm done. They don't want me back. Woe is me. Then he hits that home run, and it's like
his Leonardo DiCaprio.
Just let me. I'm just going to let loose now and just have fun with this last ride. Who knows that?
Start punching himself in the head with a microphone.
Yeah. Senga going game 1. Sanchez getting the starting game 2. I'm mildly surprised by that. Mildly.
I'm thrilled because you mentioned it, Mike, about 20 minutes ago with Evan Cohen, which is you, as a coach, it is your job to put your player in a position to be successful. And the Phillies are saying, Sanchez, you are at your best when you're at home. The best position to help us.
Well, it all unfolds tomorrow right here on 97.3 ESPN. We have all the playoff action. We have 4 baseball playoff games, NLDS, ALDS, them all right here on 97.3 ESPN.
And don't forget, if you're not in the car with the radio, in all the games also on the 97.3 ESPN mobile app.
That's tomorrow and Sunday. We'll have the Phillies and the Mets on 97.3 ESPN. I'll have my Bet 365 play of the day. The playoffs continue on ESPN Radio.
October, Phillies playoff baseball. It's the NLDS. Phillies Mets. Tomorrow afternoon. 97.3 ESPN. Coverage begins at 4 p.m.
Our daughter Jessie loves playing detective. Clue.
But since we discovered she has sensitive skin, we've been playing detective too.
We thought the problem was our puppy.
But it was actually our old detergent. So we switched to Tide Free and Gentle. Tide cleans better than leading competitive free detergent, and it doesn't leave behind irritating residues.
Plus, Tide Free and Gentle has no dyes or perfumes, so it's gentle on your skin. Thanks. Look.
If it's got to be clean, it's got to be Tide Free and Gentle. See website for details. This happen is not a limit on just any credit decisions. Must be 18 years old, not available in all states.
Honey, the credit card bill came in maxed out.
Great. Maxed out cards, rents due, bills are piling up. We just need some extra cash to help us get by for a few weeks.
We should do what my brother did. He went to billshelping.com and got $3,000 the next day.
With our bad credit, I don't think so.
Billshelping.com is different. They are one of the largest personal loan networks. They can help people with all credit types up to $5,000.
I'm sure there's a lot of paperwork.
Nope, my brother said it was easy. He did it right from his phone.
If you have a regular source of income, you can be approved for a loan for up to $5,000 in minutes, and your cash can hit your bank account the next day. Bills Happens lenders have millions of dollars to lend, regardless of your credit history. Great news! I went to billshelping.com, and we will have our money as soon as tomorrow.
Wow, that is fast.
If you need extra cash, go to billshelping.com. That's billshelping.com. Billshelping.com.
Meet Sarah.
The first time men a moment. Welcome to Flight 101 to annual Girls Trip Moments. Your can't miss moments are worth protecting against RSV. If you're 75 or older or 60 plus with a chronic condition like asthma, COPD, heart disease, or diabetes, you're at higher risk of being hospitalized from RSV, and there are no prescription RSV treatments. Check eligibility and schedule your RSV vaccine at vaxassist.com.
Where should we go next?
Sponsored by Pfizer.
The holidays are here, and the Home Depot has everything you need to stay connected with smart home upgrades. Whether you're keeping an eye out for the big guy or keeping an eye on your family, the Home Depot has you covered with great tech, like the Ring Indoor Camera 2-pack with advanced motion detection, two-way talk, and color night vision. Plus, get your smart home devices the smart way with free delivery. Get holiday ready with seasonal savings happening now at the Home Depot. Subject to availability, see HomeDepot.com/delivery for details.
What's better than one win? 3 wins. With Street Savings, you keep your own phone, get one line for only $25 a month with real unlimited data, and get rewarded with a $200 phone credit after 12 months. It's a win-win-win. Head to Walmart or visit StraightTalk.com today. Switch to Straight Talk. Less dollars, more sense. Straight Savings Plan enrollment requires compatible unlocked device and new line of service. Bonus device credit requires 12 months of active service. Offer ends and eligibility requirements are no longer met. Taxes and fees apply. For network management practices, see Straight Talk terms and conditions. Wendy's breakfast burrito has an entire breakfast, fresh cracked eggs, seasoned potatoes, American cheese sauce, and sausage or bacon. So the first bite is like fresh American cheese sauce. The second bite is like fresh American cheese sauce. Third bite, you get the awesome breakfast burritos. Gotta be Wendy's.
Your business is your passion. It's a huge reason you get out of bed every day. So if you have a bigger vision for your business, it's time to make the experts of Townsquare Media a part of your team. Why? Because at Townsquare Media, they have the most advanced advertising tools to help your business be strong and increase your sales all throughout next year. Now is the time to turn to Townsquare Media. For one day only, you can enjoy deep advertising discounts on their top stations. You know the ones your potential customers listen to every single day? And they don't do just radio. They have amazing digital tactics to help maximize your reach and target your exact customer. If you're thinking bigger for your business, then it's time to take Townsquare Media. Take action and go to TownsquareSouthJersey.com to request information on their customer appreciation sale. That's TownsquareSouthJersey.com. You're listening to The Sports Bash with Mike Gill on 97.3 ESPN and the free mobile app.
All right, get ready to get out of here on this Happy Hour Friday. Thanks to everybody who texted throughout the show today. Had a lot of text early in the show. All right, tomorrow, 4 o'clock. Where are you going to be? What are you going to do? What are you doing for the game?
I am trying to get through today first.
So
I haven't decided.
the game is off the radar.
Oh, I didn't say it's off the radar. I just don't know where I'm landing.
Oh, but you're going somewhere. You're watching it at home.
Going somewhere.
Okay. So you'll be out and about.
I'm going to be landing the plane somewhere. I just don't know where yet.
Yeah, me too. I have places in mind. I got to still look. We still might make, the original decision was ferry it over to Delaware, hit the Delaware beaches, and then we got a little, not that it's a bad event. We made it just be so crowded over there because it's such a good event. Right? It's like the Dewey, where's Pink or something it's called?
Not the Dewey Decimal System.
No, not that. All right, record. What's the update?
28-17.
28-17 for the Bet 365 play of the day. All right, I'm going to throw a bunch at you. You guys can do what you want. Here we go. Right? Carrington over 4 rebounds. She gets that every time. That's a win. Sometimes you just say, and you might not get great odds on it because she always hits it, but just package it with something else. Right? There's no live sports tonight, but here you got the weekend. Harris, 60 total yards. Najee Harris. Derrick Henry, 60 total yards. Jefferson, total yards. Yep, Russian receiver. Justin Jefferson, over 50 receiver. Nico Collins, over 60 receiver. And Matthew Stafford, over 200 yards passing. Package them all together and see what you get.
Run it by moment time.
Najee Harris, 60 total yards. Yep. Derrick Henry, 60 total yards. Jefferson, 50 receiving yards. Yep. Collins, 60 receiving yards. Stafford, over 200 yards passing. Total them up, get some good odds, make a couple bucks, and go back up. Live at Ocean Casino on Monday. Bob Wankel's going to join me from Red October, Philly. He'll be out there for the full show. Stop out there. I think Kevin Durso said he's going to be at Ocean on Monday. He might stop by and say hello.
Look at that.
Yeah, baby.
Durso wander on set like Evan Cohen wander on this show earlier.
Flyers opener is next Tuesday. Edmonton. Edmonton on Tuesday. No, I'm sorry. The Flyers opener is Friday night in Vancouver. Next Friday, a week from today.
Week after that,
they play Vancouver, Calgary, Edmonton, and Seattle. They're out in the Pacific Northwest, Canada, and I'm out. Have a great weekend. Saturday morning in the hospital. Kansas City Chiefs wide receiver Dan Covington will help you get you ready for game 1 of the Phillies Best Series. Go on the mound with former Phillies pitcher, 2008 World Series champion Scott Air. Hey, it's Mike Gill. Coming up on Monday's show, we'll take a look back at the weekend in game 1 and 2 of the Phillies Mets NLDS and get you ready for game number 3. Plus, we'll take a look ahead as the Eagles return and they prepare for the Cleveland Browns. Look back at week 5 of the NFL. All that and more live at the Fanatic Sportsbook at Ocean Casino Resort in Atlantic City.